Alrighty, guys. Let's get this going. Let me get a couple things cleared up. Not that loud. And we'll exit out of the stream that I was watching. And we'll oh, I didn't set up all the other stuff yet. Whoops. Okay. 2 moments. Yeah, I'll toss you guys in chatting. So we have a brief intro here. As a reminder to anyone who watched the last episode, or if you missed the last episode, don't worry about it. You can hop in right now and keep going. So the main thing that I'm going to recommend is that you look at the Discord. Hopefully you have it. If you don't, I will I'll show you what I mean right now. But there is a map that I went ahead and made of the Satisfactory thing, and it has the current guesswork, I guess is the best way to call it, for where I would put the train lines and logistics on a broad scale for my save plan. And we're kind of double checking some of the math and planning that I did before. So there's still apparently going to be a decent amount of math. I was honestly surprised at how much math that we did in the last episode. I didn't think that that would be a thing. It's definitely less math than I did at the start when I was doing this on my own, but it was a surprising amount. So there's that. So we're going to be taking a look at the Excel document, which you guys have already seen by now on stream, and the Word document, which is new, but we covered it in last episode. And if you didn't see last episode, don't worry about it. There's still plenty that you can get caught up with right now. And in a particular sense of timing, I have a phone call that I have to grab. So apologies, and we'll be right back. Okay, sorry guys. We had to talk to Kate real quick. She woke up early and went to the dentist, and so is dealing with that and is out doing stuff. So we had to take care of that phone call real quick. Apologies, but this is what I mean about what's in the Discord, guys. So this is I want to try to do this as open as possible. So what I have right now is this is the I scanned the map that I drew on last stream. That's what this is, right? So in the Discord, we've got blank versions of this map. So I'm going to show you guys that real quick. It's under Satisfactory General. And this is where all the different maps are. So you guys can come in and you can see this is the map that I'm working on. This is the black and white map with the oceans and the black border whited out to save ink. This is just the black border whited out with the oceans intact, in case you wanted to plan out stuff like that. And then, you know, you've got the same thing in color, but with the black written out. And then you've got the map in color with the black edge here as well. And so that is that's, you know, what I've been doing to help you guys get some tools for all this kind of stuff. If you go into the farce save thing, this is the first attempt at a realistic situational experience. You've got the PDF and the Excel, a PDF version of the Excel document there, so you can look at that. You've got the Excel document itself if you want to look at that through Excel. And then I reposted the Excel document because now this version of the Excel document has stuff on trains and drones. So this is drone stuff and storage stuff. This is all the things that a drone could handle like very easily on their own. So this is the kind of thing where if I had like everything all together in one spot, a drone could more than easily handle dealing with this logistically. So that is kind of like what we're talking about here. That's kind of what I've got going on in this area. Everything on this page is something a drone could handle. If that is too confusing for you, then everything on this page is stuff that trains can handle on the right and cannot handle on the left. Right? This is if I had every single bit of this ingredient in the same spot. Hey, Block. One train could not handle all of this load. Right? It would have to be split up into multiple trains, or the item would have to be split up into multiple locations in order to make that work for the train's throughput. Within a reasonable amount of effort. And then this is the stuff on the right where you've got the gray and white is what a train could handle, but a drone could not. And then the stuff in orange is what a train could handle and a drone could handle, based off of my setting, right? This is based off of my plan, based off of all of this data that we created. I won't even say collected. We just straight up made this data. That's you know, based off of what I want to make in my save and how much of it I want to make. That because of, you know, everything that I'm using, you know, 1,262 reinforced iron plates per minute, 62,000, almost 63,000 wire per minute. So this is what I mean when I go to trains and you see wire over here on the left. It's because I'm using 63,000 per minute. One train can't handle that, you know. But copper powder, I'm using, how much copper powder am I using? I'm using 5,000 copper powder per minute in order to make the 25 nuclear pasta. But that is something that one train could handle given a certain distance. So that's what we're talking about here, where the throughput of that is pretty good, depending on what I'm talking about, especially with stack size. The fact that it stacks in 500, that means that 5,000 copper powder only takes up 10 stacks, which is super easy because one train car is 32 stacks. So it's not even half a train car for all the copper powder I'm using in the entire save. So that's what I mean here. Like one train could very easily handle this, almost across the entire map if you really needed it to. And then the stuff in orange is like a drone could very easily handle what I'm dealing with right now. Batteries is one of them. I'm making 1,000 batteries per minute. They stack in 200, so it's only 5 stacks of batteries. A couple of drones could handle that, no problem, you know. And that can be shipped off anywhere. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here. And also on top of this, the batteries are going to be made in one spot at the casings factory, which we have shown here. This is the casings oh, no, not that one. Oh, okay, hold on, Jesus. Which one? This one's casings. This is casings. So we've got ingot 2. We've got some water down here. We've got this B for bauxite. This is where casings 2 is. This is the coal coming into casings 2. This is the copper and iron loop over here that is going to feed all of the bauxite production as well. This is all of the copper that we need in order to make aluminum casings. We've got sulfur coming in from up here with some more drone from the northeast. And then it's all going to come together in casing 2 and ingot 2 in order to make all this stuff work. So here at casings is also where I'm going to be making batteries. So the 1,000 batteries per minute is, well, actually, I don't even think all of the 1,000, but some of the batteries are going to be made here. And then from here, the batteries are going to be droned out to other locations. Basically, every drone port that needs, every drone port needs batteries. So from this location and maybe even ingot 2 combined, we're going to be droning out batteries to all the other drone ports that we have in the save. Well, not like all of them, technically half of the other drone ports, because you only need it in one of the 2 in the loop. So we're going to have to plan that out too. But that's kind of what this is. That's what this map does. You can see this is the sulfur up in the northeast that we're droning from here down to here. And so this is this is printable too. That's why I did this, is that this is something you can print out. I even printed it out so that I can draw on this and make mistakes. And then I've got the original in my filing cabinet, and I'm going to be adding to the original and then rescanning this as we go. When am I going to be streaming something interesting? Well, Block, this is actually super helpful for you and other Satisfactory players. So I hear you about it not being super interesting, but this is supposed to be helpful. So I'm okay with it being a little boring for most people if it's helping someone. So that's what I want to know for sure, because I can do this on my own. But this is going to be like this is what I'm focused on right now. This is what we're doing. So I need to plan this out for me so that when I do stream something interesting, I'm not making a bunch of mistakes, especially since now I'm doing this with other people and on stream. I am more distracted than ever. So having a solid game plan for me to come in and go, okay, this is what we're going to be doing. And then I figured I might as well turn this into a series of like following along. And so that you can go ahead and do this with me if you want to. That's why we're talking about this in the beginning of the stream instead of at the end like last time. Last time I talked about most of this at the end, and I was a little worried that maybe people wouldn't make it all the way to the end of the 3 hour. So I wanted to get this as a thing now, where if you want to use this map, if you want to go off of what I'm doing and stuff like that, then we can do this together, or you can just use the same resources that I'm using to try to plan this for yourself, or we can come up with ideas for you and so on and so forth based on what you want to do. And the Excel document also is like, this is a variable on the everything tab. If you want to, you can change the entire recipe and format this however you want. But if you want to make the same exact things that I'm making, but you don't want to make as many of them, then you can go in and change these numbers and it will affect everything down below, because this is all equations. So nothing should get messed up too much. There's probably a couple different, I wouldn't say that it's a perfect loop, right? But it should be mostly perfect. I didn't do a lot of this by hand, and I tried to make sure that everything was eventually affected by what's up in the yellow boxes. Eventually. Some of the yellow, I think this yellow box doesn't do anything. The drone batteries one. That one I know doesn't do anything. It's just 250. But what it's supposed to be, I think it's supposed to be equal to the 1,000 batteries per minute minus the 500 batteries minus what else uses batteries? Something else used batteries. I forgot what else used batteries. What else used batteries? Yeah, there they are. Magnetic field gens. There we go. So now it is. Now that yellow one is in there. So anyway, that's all this stuff. So if you guys want to, hey, welcome to the stream. If you guys want to join the Discord and you can follow along with this map, I've got other, we've got the maps that don't have my writing on it, but this is what we covered last stream, where everything's going to be going and all that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna grab something real quick, and then we're gonna go ahead and hop in. A helicopter's hovering over your house. What'd you do? What'd you do? What did you do? That's not a good thing, Block. That'd be weird. That's kind of weird. Alrighty, so we're gonna get rid of the Discord here because we don't need that anymore. And you just sold some sugar. Oh, okay. That doesn't seem like that's bad. I'd be surprised if that's what got you in trouble there. Right, so this is where we left off. Okay, I'll be right back. As long as sugar isn't code for fucking cocaine, then you're probably fine, dude. Just don't be selling no cocaine. But yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, my hands have been really dry. I've needed some lotion. Anyway, so let's try to hop back into this here. So we readjusted to what was shipping out of Ingot 2 the last time that we finished. And Ingot 2 needs to send 800 per minute of coal into casings. And then Water A will be shipping 800 per minute of water to Ingot 2. Because we're going to be making ingots at Ingot 2, and we'll be making casings, but we have to follow this recipe as well because we're gonna have some sulfur at Ingot 2, and then Ingot 1 won't be using any sulfur. I think that was the plan because there's not really any sulfur over here anyway, and this sulfur is being used for nuclear. So we have these two sulfurs and the coal that are going to be coming down into Ingot 2, which is in this area here. The water's going to be coming up. Jake, I think they're searching for someone who escaped from the retirement homes. Oh, okay. From the retirement homes. All right, well, hopefully they're okay and didn't get, like, hurt. But also, it's kind of funny that it's an escape kind of thing, you know? Like, oh, yeah, this guy escaped. Is like, well, why is he there? The English made enough sense? Yes, that English made enough sense. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you're good. It's just kind of funny to me that, like, that's a thing. Like, you're, like, escaped is the correct term, but it also is kind of funny that it's just a retirement home. You know, like, I think of escaping as, like, from prison or, like, other things like that, not, like, from a retirement home. So, yeah, anyway. This is why we don't have any water being shipped over here, because there's fucking plenty. That's why I got this big old waterfall and lake that all the water can come up from here and get piped up, or we can just build everything over here a bit more with all this water over here as well. So I don't have to worry about water in this area. What's what? Oh, maybe that is the, yeah. It just doesn't say music. I thought it's supposed to say music, but that is the music I'm using. Yeah. Okay, so the link is working. It's just not doing a good job. I'm just bad at doing the thing. I was wondering why I wasn't seeing the music. Yeah. Yeah, that is the music. That is the guy who produced all of the music that we use. He has more stuff that's been released since I checked out his channel and grabbed what I wanted. But I've been kind of lazy about it, and I haven't really worried about using his new stuff. I like what we have. So at least for a little bit longer, I'm not going to worry about doing it. I like that I kind of did the work, and now I can just move on, you know, and not have to go back and re-edit together all that stuff. So the less that I'm using editing software, the better. Not a huge fan of that. Anyway, what were we? Man, it's really cutting this off mid-thought is rough. I did all of this bauxite planning in like one go. It took like 5 hours, but I did it in one go. So I have to come back to it like a second day and go, okay, what the fuck was happening is like not helpful like at all. I'm super jarred. I'm like trying to wonder like where to bite back in, you know? Like where do I pick back up? Oh, you've been following for 4 months in a week? Dude, I've been streaming for 4 months? That's crazy. I didn't think I've been streaming that long. That's insane. That's a good point though. Like I've been streaming since the 3rd of March. That was my first day streaming, was the 3rd of March. Wow. That's ridiculous, man. I did not think it's been that long at all. Did not think it's been that long. Holy fuck. Oh, man, our subscriber, well, I guess subscriber, but our follow rate really dropped off. I didn't notice that. It's been, yeah, shitty bot, yeah. It's been a couple months since we had some serious growth on the channel, huh? I just realized that. I haven't really been worried about it or paying attention to it, but like now that you mentioned it's been 4 months, we've been at like you know, under 150, between 100 and 150 for probably 2 months now, huh? We the growth really slowed. It really slowed. It probably doesn't help that I've been doing stuff that like no one wants to come by live, you know? Like I hear you. You know, I understand. Outside looking in, I can see why this is not everyone's cup of tea. But you know, this is part of my gaming routine for these games. For Battlefield, it's nowhere near. I don't do any of this shit for first-person shooters. Well, I mean, I did that for Apex, but that's because Apex spent like 2 years pissing me off. So I did it for Apex because they couldn't get it right, and it was really annoying. And I'm very happy that I haven't been playing that game, which is a sad thing to say for a game that I've been playing for 2 years, but. Yeah. Anyway, with other games, I don't always, you know, I don't always do this, but when I do, you know, I kind of go all in here. And Satisfactory, like I mentioned in the last stream, is a game worth doing this for, and it's a game that I can trust is going to take into account this time. Like they don't make decisions quickly or lightheartedly, and so it's very easy to trust the developers about how and what we're doing here. So I don't mind putting in you know, a bunch of time to do this kind of thing, because I know that it's not going to get wasted in the long run. But with games like Apex, I mean, that shit's changing every 2 months, so it's a lot of constant upkeep because of what they do and all that. Jesus. Oh, the Baja Man. Oh yeah. Oh, you looking at all the different bot commands I added? Yeah. Yeah, I kind of had like a little playful mood when I was dealing with bot commands, so I added some fun stuff. Anyway. So we need to, I think what we had gotten to is we were working from right to left. And so we got casings to be okay, because casings was making... holy shit, there are 2 pages of commands. Yeah, I added a couple. There's like new like lurks and force lurks and all that kind of stuff. So I spent some time in Boom Razzle's chat, and I liked a couple of his commands. I didn't like straight up steal them or anything, but I took some of the ideas and rewrote them for me. So but none of the commands are the same as his. I mean, like the force lurk and the unforced lurk and stuff are like not like the same, but like that's where I you know, he gave me the idea for those because they were fun. I used them in his chat too, but I wrote all the prompts for what I want that command to be. So I didn't just like straight up copy his work. But let's double check that, because everything, I think bauxite A we already dealt with. That's only going to be shipping bauxite and copper ingots into casing. So as long as casings has everything that it needs, then we can move on to ingot 2, because casings is going to have 2400 sulfur going through, and we already know that casings has what it needs for that, because it's only going to be using well, it needs 4,400 bauxite per minute to use all of the sulfur per minute, right? That's what we were dealing with before. No, no, it didn't need that. So we're gonna have it use 1,000 sulfur to make 3,000 ingots and use 3,000 bauxite, and 3,000 ingots would make a decent amount of casing. So how many did I happen to write down how many casings per minute this was going to be making? Yeah, this is now wrong. It was going to use 2,500 per minute of sulfur. Well, where is the other 100 per minute coming from? Where was that going to come from? Oh, because this is 2,400 here, and then this is now 3,000. So it was going to use all but 500 of that in this location with extra bauxite and the copper ingots and 1,000 of the casings to make all the ingots per minute here, producing all the batteries and all the aluminum casings. Okay. Command 8-Ball is gonna play Trailmakers today. Oh, Magic 8-Ball says Outlook is not so good. I didn't even know that we had Magic 8-Ball. I didn't know that was a thing. And also the 8-Ball is correct. Sorry, Blockmaster. We do. Apparently we do. Yeah, we must. You just did it. We must have it. Okay. So for casing, we changed up casings. We're now splitting this load because we're not using all of that sulfur, but we were also droning some stuff out because we decided to drone out from casings the 408 per minute of sulfur, and it will be shipping 1,592 sulfur and 1,280 copper per minute into ingot 2. But I also could just ship bauxite in. So why would I ship two things out? I might have done this right the first time. I don't know what I was thinking. Because I could just ship some of this bauxite in order to deal with that. Because if I'm going to ship 1,592 sulfuric acid, then what am I doing here, right? Why would I ship copper and sulfur instead of just shipping in bauxite? Because that's a lot of stuff per minute. One sec, guys. Jacillus, what's up, man? Or Bud, or whoever you are. Hello, welcome. I just want to say I'm so glad to see a streamer using the map and actually planning. Yes, yeah. The helicopter's still hovering block. That's weird. That's so weird. That retirement person just must not want to go back, man. They're like, don't take me there. They keep feeding me fucking. Oh, I had it in my head. Tapioca pudding. Damn. Yeah. It's like, I don't like tapioca pudding. I don't want to go back. Anyway, but yeah, Jess, while I have you, if you join the Discord, right? I'm gonna sell you on the Discord real quick. Okay. It's hoovering. I'm gonna say. Oh, okay. Can it go? Okay, cool. So Discord, right? I have stuff to help you plan too. I know, but mind blown. It's crazy. And here's the map I'm working on. This is the map I have in front of me right now with all my drawings and writing on it. And then we're making the Word document fit it as well for like what we're going to be doing. And I'm going to blow your mind even more. This is my plan, right? This is everything that I'm making. I like Excel, as you might be able to tell. And so everything that I'm making is on these equations. So if I want to make less assembly director systems, I just make less assembly director systems, and the whole spreadsheet adapts, and all of the stuff down here adjusts. You know, like mind fucking blown, right? Like that's what we're doing, you know? This is what I spent, and this Excel document is in the Discord, in both PDF and in Excel, so that you can have a copy of it and steal my work and do the thing. Oh, you're gonna refresh? Too many discords? Yeah, that's okay. Honestly, I've joined way more than I ever thought. Completely understand. But even if you want to just hop in and grab this stuff and dip out, that is totally cool. I'm more than happy to do this, you know, that kind of thing. But you play modded slightly, basically just logistics teleporter, so you don't have to deal with trains or miles of belts. Okay, so you don't need any of this. Fun. Okay. Cool. But anyway, if you wanted to make this a little bit less daunting, basically, I'm here to help, and hopefully all of this stuff can be a thing for you. So this is you know, the tools to do this in a less daunting way are in the Discord. So you've got the Word document, I don't think I have in there, but this Excel document is in there. It has recommendations for trains based on what my save is doing and stuff like that. You can always ask me questions and stuff too. It's got stuff on hard drives, how, when, and what you should do that, that kind of thing. And then we have different maps in the Discord as well. So this is the map I'm using today while we plan out our stream from last episode when I made that map. And then in the general tab, oh, for sure, yeah, no worries. And then you know, you've got other printable versions of the map in the Discord as well, so that if you wanted to have like a legit map that you can kind of do the thing. Greenie's calc is also insanely useful. Yes. I haven't used anyone's specific calculator, just my own, but I have seen so many tools, and that is actually exactly why I have these other links in my Discord as well, so that you guys can get the Satisfactory wiki, do the... Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh no, Hex is rating. Hex is rating with a party of 3. What? Just if you would follow now, you would be our first follower today. Yeah, you would be the first follower today. Yeah, that is true. Also, Hex, what's up, man? Where you at? Nilify, what's up, dude? Hex, oh, I did say thank you for the follow. I heard the sound because we were talking with Jess. I thought maybe I sold Jess on the channel and was like, oh, I've earned a follow. But no. Anyway, so you know, I've got links to the Satisfactory wiki. I've got links to the interactive map. I've got links to the Reddit drone guide, and I've got links to I think the community page as well on the Discord, on the Satisfactory wiki, which is amazing. I deserve all the follows. I thank you. You know what, Hex, you're right. I think I deserve all the follows too. I Anyway, so these are all the different maps that you can print out on your own for Satisfactory if you want to do that. And then this is the map that I'm using today. This is the map that I made and am writing on while we go through logistics and planning out the Satisfactory save. You got to go, so you're gonna lurk. Awesome, love it. Bumblebee punch. Love it. Also, shout out to Ace Ventura. Fucking Bumblebee Tuna is one of my favorite fucking lines in that movie. Big fan. I tend to just pop around a bit, my man. Your stream PV was showing the SIM map, and I just wanted to pop in and say that you're glad you're using it. Okay, cool. Yeah, Jess, if you want to keep popping around, man. You do you. Thanks for coming by. Really appreciate it. I love the support. Honestly, these streams haven't had the best viewership because this tends to be a little boring because I'm just talking about logistics. And fun fact, most people hate logistics. So it was nice of you to come by and say hi and show the support. I really appreciate that. So anyway, so that's the thing. So for anyone that does want to talk logistics and does love Satisfactory, then we're going to be going over my decision making and what I want to do for my massive save, everything that you need to follow along in the Discord. And with further ado, without further ado, rather, I'm going to go ahead and try to jump back into it and remember where I was at so we can keep talking about this kind of stuff and move on from there. This interactive map, by the way, is fucking amazing. I love this so much. Hex has got to go. That's totally cool, though. If you got to go, you got to go. Thanks for the raid, man. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming by. And I'll try to tag you back. We've only had like one viewer when I end most days, so it hasn't really been worth the raid, but I will try to tag you back. Anyway, it's awesome, man. You can see all the different spawn locations. You can see where all the hard drives are. I haven't done that yet. I don't really want to. But you can see where all the water nodes are, the oil, like everything is on this map. Power slugs, like just everything. It's fantastic. I love it. And I've been using, it's been so helpful, unbelievably helpful. So this is one of the main tools that we've been using, and then we're keeping track of all of our notes and making changes and keeping, you know, doing everything through a Word document in Excel. So that's basically all we're using is a shitty version of the thing that I just painted white over to make it save ink, and Excel and Word, and that's it. Everything else is just what we're thinking and coming up with data. So we have to make 5,560 aluminum ingots per minute. That is the baseline here, and we're going to be doing that over 3 different locations. And those locations are right here, right here, and right here. Those are the 3 different locations that we're going to be using to make aluminum ingots. So we have to make sure that we have everything coming together in that method. And I just realized that we're sending sulfur and copper up into this bauxite area instead of sending bauxite down into the other area. And so I want to double check the numbers and see what is better to ship one way or the other. The first time that I did this, I had the bauxite coming down. The second time that I did this, which was yesterday, I had the copper and sulfur going up. So I just don't know what the fuck I'm thinking here. I don't know why I'm doing that, because I have 1,592 sulfur that's just lying around in that area, and I don't know why I'm not taking advantage of it. I'm sure I must have had an idea for it the first time, but I honestly can't remember what it was. It's really hard to do this without finishing a complete thought. And so I did that offline, off stream, and then I went back yesterday and was like, okay, let's review that work and look for mistakes. And then I guess I found some, but now I'm thinking maybe I didn't. Now I'm thinking maybe I was just redoing something that wasn't broken. So we're gonna look at that real quick. So we need to use another 1,592 sulfur. Yeah, this is equal to that divided by 6. So this should be equal to this times 6. And then this is going to get deleted, so that if I make this 1592, all of that comes up. Okay. Okay, because that should be what we have here. Because we have, yeah, 1592 per minute of sulfur is being shipped out via train to ingot 2, which is close enough to handle that throughput for sure. And we're droning out 408, we're droning out some aluminum casings, and 1,280 copper per minute, which should be the leftover copper. So why did we do that? So if I use that 1592 on top of the other 1,000 that we had there being used, which would now make that 2,592. That's more sulfuric. That's more than I have. I can't use that much because I only have 2,492 to be used in the first place. So 2,492 would be that. So that would be everything that I should be using to make all that sulfur work, and then the rest of it has to be used for other stuff. But why is that math not adding up? Because that math should be adding up. So what did I fuck up? Oh, because batteries need 2,500. That's why. Because this is for aluminum ingots and for batteries. That's so I didn't fuck up. I didn't fuck up. Okay. Okay. Because I need the 1,000 casings, and so let's focus on batteries, because I've got 3,000 in the area and I only need 1,000 casings, and the 1,000 casings would be 1,000 divided by 112.5 times 150 would need 1,333 ingots, which would take twice that in scrap. So I need, man, that's such a weird number. But I have extra bauxite. I can be a little messy with the bauxite. It's the sulfur that I don't have any extra of. I'm using literally all of it. So that's what I can be messy with. So if I go back to this equaling that divided by 6, and then delete this and put this into 2,667 scrap, then that doesn't use the right amount. So, shoot. Okay, and that's only 445. So if I used 1,000, well, I can't use it. I can use 600. No, I can't use 600 because I have to ship out 408. So I'd have to ship in sulfur if I made all the batteries here, because I'm shipping out 408 from... Well, I don't have to ship out that from 408. I could ship that out from that train station up top. I could ship that 408 out from up there, so I don't have to ship out the 408. So I could have 3,000 in the area, which would leave me with 5,000. Sorry, 500 for this. That's what that would be. It'd be 500, which should be, I think, 3,000 scrap. Yeah, the 3,000 scrap, which would be 1,500 ingots. And then that would make all of the batteries, all of the casings. Oh, I have to make a luminous solution too. So that'll be extra bauxite for that. But this is only using 1,500 bauxite. And there's plenty of that in the area. And then the 2,000 luminous solution would be how much? Another 1,600, and so 1,667 bauxite. Plus that. That's not that bad. The 1,667 bauxite for that. That would make all the batteries in one area. And then I wouldn't want to call this casings. I'd have to rename this batteries, because that would make all the batteries in that one area. And there's plenty of water. And that would work, because it uses 2,500 sulfuric acid for the batteries, 500 to make the aluminum, and then that would use all 3,000 in the area, which is perfect. That I'm not shipping any sulfur. There's only it only needs 1,000 coal, which there's 1,200 in the area, which means I can ship 200 coal out, and I'm using just over 3,000 bauxite, which there might be in the area. I don't think there's quite that much in the area. Let's double check. This is all the bauxite here. So this is 1,200, 600, 900. So that's 2,100. And then this is another 27, 3,000. So there's 3,000 bauxite here. So I would only need 167 bauxite from the other location, which is not that bad. I can ship that, no problem. Okay. Oh, you gotta go? Oh, yeah, see you, bud. Okay, yeah, Block, we'll see you around. Thanks for coming by, appreciate it. And we'll try to catch up soon. Thursday, I'm playing Satisfactory with Sapa the Goat. So we're gonna be doing that Thursday. So if you guys know Sapa the Goat, then that'd be cool. His link is in my Discord if you guys want to check out his stream. Yeah, I know I owe you guys Trailmakers. I really do. I'm sorry. Let's try for this weekend. I think I have time for Trailmakers this weekend. Let's do that. I'll do my best to do that. It hasn't been on my mind, to be honest. It's not a game that I stuck with enough to play all the time. But I'll try to hop back into it. I know you guys really like it when I play Trailmakers, so we'll try to spend some time with that this weekend. And then yeah, so Thursday I'm playing Satisfactory with Sapa the Goat. If you need more help in your Satisfactory save, then we can do that any day other than Thursday and Saturday, because we'll do Trailmaker Saturday. And yeah, I'd say Friday, actually. If you wanted to do Satisfactory Friday, that would be best for me, because I'm going to do this today and tomorrow. So then we'll help out Sapa the Goats on Thursday. And yeah. Anyway, so we need 167 bauxite from ingot 2. This will be batteries. Actually, ingot 2 could now be casings. We could ship, if we're going to make nothing but batteries here, then we could call this ingots, we could call this ingot 2, we could call ingot 2 casings, because this has enough sulfur and the coal that we could do it here. And we don't even need to ship the extra 200 coal. We may not even need that, because there's enough coal in other spots. We could just disregard the other 200 coal per minute and act like it's not there, because I'm not using every bit of coal. So there's definitely room to just leave some shit in the wind and not have to ship everything up and back. So I'm so far, this is probably my favorite rendition. I think this is working. So I've got the 3,000 sulfur in the area because I've got this up here that's being droned down to here. There's a copper node here that's going to be on the return trip of the drone going back up to here. So I'm basically shifting and switching a sulfur node and a copper node and replacing the two. And then from here, that is going to get trained down into all the way to here. And then from this area, we have the 2100 bauxite and the 2780 copper ingots per minute being put all the way up into here. And the 2780 copper is what we need in order to make all of the casings to make with the 5,560 aluminum ingots. So some of that copper will get used when we make the casings for batteries. And then the rest of it will get shipped up along with what? Actually, that's it, isn't it? That's the only thing getting shipped up now into what is now casings, and what we're now switching from casings to batteries. So let's rename that. So that's now going to be batteries. And then ingot 2 is now casing. So we're going to be going from batteries into casing, shipping just copper. So I'll write down that we have copper going up, and we'll figure out how much in a minute. And we have coal. We only need 1,000 coal now. There's 1,200 in coal in this coal area here, so we can forget about that coal. We have to have bauxite coming down because we need 167 bauxite per minute come down from casings in batteries to make that work. And there's plenty of that to not have to worry. And then the sulfur is now going to get droned from because we have to drone aluminum casings with it too, right? Was it casings or ingots? It's what is it? It's casings. Okay, so casings, yeah, that's still true. Casings will drone 408 per minute of sulfur and aluminum to nuclear, and then it will be shipping. This is what's going to change. That's now Ron. So that's Ron. Ingots 2 is now casings. So this is Ron. That's going to get changed. Yeah, a lot of this has to get changed. Well, so let's double check this. Okay, ingot 1 is still a thing. Well, okay, yeah, so those two sulfurs are getting droned to ingot 1. West sulfur A, west sulfur B, using 3 drones. Yes, copper from nearby. West sulfur B will get droned and returned to west sulfur A. West sulfur B will be to, this is now going to say batteries, not casings, to fix the names. And we'll be shipping 600 per minute of copper ore and 135 minute of copper powder to west sulfur A. Yep. Okay. That works. Bauxite 1 will be shipping bauxite and copper ingots to batteries at a rate of 2,100 per minute and 2,780 per minute. Bauxite A is northeast of casings. We'll be sending 135 per minute of copper powder to west sulfur B. Copper A, B, and C will be shipping all of that around to Bauxite 1, where it gets made into copper and gets copper powder, and then that will be shipped into batteries. Batteries. Okay. And then coal A will be shipped into batteries. Batteries at a rate of 1,200 per minute. In actual fact, it only needs 1,000. So 1,000 per minute. So we'll make that note there. It only needs 1,000. Coal A is doing the thing. Casings will drone that. Oh, this is now batteries. Do batteries. Okay, casings is still going to drone that to nuclear. Ingot 2 now no longer exists, and we don't have to worry about any coal. Water A will be shipping to, this is now casings. Casings, and then I guess ingots, ingot 1 and ingot, well, we'll leave it ingot 1. We'll leave it ingot 1, because there might be other ingots down the line. So, yeah, sulfur D1 and 2 will be shipping with coal B to casings. Casings. Transporting 1,200 per minute of sulfur and 600 per minute of coal. All three are north of ingots of casings. Substation A will be shipping 600 per minute of coal and 600 per minute bauxite to ingot 2. Okay, so I think this is what we were calling substation A right here. This is substation A. So this coal and bauxite is going into here. I'm not certain why. This is where we have more changes. This is now where we need to worry about what's going on here. So I'm gonna just make a note that that's the new area that we need to worry about and fuck with a little bit and make sure that that's actually accurate. So we've got new things being made. So let's double check this. So if we're gonna make all the batteries, what do we need and what are we getting? So we already know that we have that. That's perfect. We know we need 167 bauxite. So let's write that down. We know that we need that. So casings will be droning this, and it needs to it will be shipping 167 per minute of bauxites to this is batteries. There we go. That's what this is going to be doing, and that's should be bare minimum of what it needs, because it doesn't need bauxite. It just needs bauxite, right? We can make the alumina scrap, we can make the casings, we already know that. The alumina solution is really easy. Sulfuric acid we already have, so that's everything we need for batteries. So this is chilling. This is doing good. So, and now that we've made 1,000 casings, now we don't need as many. So we don't need you know, now we need oh, we need to know how many copper, right? So let's figure out how much copper we need. 667 copper. Okay. Oh, but that's like to the dot though. So that's weird that if we use 667 copper, that's not going to send a fun number up. And we're using the excess copper powder to do the thing. Okay, so what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna make some slight changes here, and it's really easy. Instead of sending 130 per minute of copper powder, sorry, 135, we're just gonna send 130, right? And then we're gonna ship up 2,800 per minute of copper ingots. Super easy change. I know the recipe is enough that I don't need to do the math. So I know that that works. So that we're just gonna roll with it. Trust me, that's totally fine. This is still leaving enough copper behind that I could even add more to that 2,800, but we're not going to. So we'll do that, and that'll fix that throughput issue of it being like a third less copper than it needs to. I don't want to worry about that. So we're just gonna overproduce a little bit, and call that good. So we're gonna use 666 copper out of the 2,800. Sorry, 667 copper, which means 2133 per minute is going to be going all the way through, and that'll be enough to make the rest of the casings, and that's plenty, so we don't have to worry about that. Then what we need to worry about is the ingots. So if we're going to make 3,170 ingots, then that means a weird amount of aluminum, but that's okay because we have some extra aluminum to play with. So we're going to write down that we have 2,133 copper that's going from batteries to casings, and then we need to make another 4,267. No, sorry, 4,227 aluminum ingots, and that's now what we're going to be trying to fulfill in the other location. And all we have to do is, because we already have the copper, so we just have to make the aluminum ingots, which is going to be with the remaining sulfur, which is going to be this minus 500. So we'll be dealing with that, which would be how much? Minus 500 would be 1,992, I think. That should be accurate, right? If I just make this equal to that minus 500, then that'll do it. Yeah, okay, cool. So we need about 6,000 bauxite to make that many ingots. Well, that won't make that many ingots, but it'll make a decent amount. Well, this will make 3,000 aluminum scrap, which will make 1,500 ingots. So this is where we're gonna have two different recipes that have to get made, but we don't have to make all these ingots in two different spots. So what we'll probably end up doing is we'll take that 1992 sulfuric acid and figure out how we can get that on the map. So this is now 1,200 up here, which leaves us with 392 per minute. No, 700. 792 per minute that has to come from somewhere else. Why is that so much? Oh, because we have this down here. We have another 1200 coming up into here. So I could just drone that into here instead. No, I don't have enough bauxite. So that's, we're gonna have to do the thing and put it in different spots. Okay. But that factory is gonna be really big. I don't know if I want to do that. So how much bauxite do I have here? How much bauxite do I have here? I've got, this is gonna count in that area as well. So 600, 1200, 24, another 6. So 3000 minus 167. Which is not nearly enough to use all the sulfuric acid, but I only have 1200 in the area. So that only needs 3600, but that's also 600, well, a little bit more, 767 or something like that, less, more than I have. So I can't use all the sulfur in the area, which means some of that has to go to the other location, which means a train ride, which I'm trying to avoid. But the coal's going to have to get shipped there anyway. Because this is... Well, there's a good amount of coal over there, but we're going to have to ship some coal. For sure. So... I could send the sulfur with the coal and that wouldn't matter. That's just another train car. And one train car would easily handle the leftover sulfur. Because it'd be like 200 per minute at most. So... That could be a thing. Or I drone in... No, that wouldn't matter. Because it's bauxite that I need. So... Yeah. Yeah, that'll probably be... So this will have to train to here. This will have to train down. Okay. Okay. So this is a predicament here. Because I only have 3,000 bauxite. So if I use the thousands... That's exactly 3,000, but it leaves me with 167 less than I need. So I can't use exactly 1,000. I could use like 900 and use 2,700 bauxite, and that would work. So if I use 900, that'd be 1,800 coal, which is, I have plenty. That would work. Then I'm shipping. That's a lot of stuff I'm shipping in ingot too. That's a lot of stuff, but it's so little of everything that it would all just be one train car. And so as long as I can keep it to 4 things that I'm shipping, which would be sulfur, coal, and bauxite, then I'm fine. Because each one of those things would be in such low numbers that one train car can handle that regardless. So that's not a huge issue, and I already know I have to train stuff. So how much coal would I be shipping? I'm using 1,800. Oh, that's a lot of coal. That is a lot of coal. That's 36. Fuck, that's 4,200 coal per minute up there. That's a lot of coal. It's better to use this coal though. That is a lot of coal, but it's better to use this coal than use this coal, because this coal is way too spread out, and it's not usually close enough to a bauxite node to make it easy. So the less I can use the sporadic coal, the better. Because all this coal is clumped together. That's super easy to ship. It's a lot to ship, but it is easy enough to ship. And splitting it up into 2 different trains can help at least a little bit. So that'll be what I have to do there. So I can have one train go from here to here and get all the coal to here, and then I can have another train go from here to here and get the remaining coal over there, and that'll be the plan there. Is to have one train on a loop here, one train on a loop here, and do that. Fuck, this is yeah, this is a lot different than what I did the first time. A lot different than what I did the first time. That's interesting though. Okay, so that seems to... I didn't take nearly enough notes when I was writing all that shit down. Okay, so I've got 3,000 bauxite in the area. I'm going to use 700 of that, along with the 7 that has to get shipped down to batteries. So that's for bauxite. Coal, I've got 42, which is insane. I'm using 18. The rest has to get shipped over ingot 1, which is going to be annoying as fuck. And then I don't have to worry about this coal. Nothing is going up here. This is all batteries. Batteries are droned. So I don't have to have any train lines going in return to casings. So all the remaining train lines that we're worried about now are between ingot 1 and casings. We need to figure out what else casings needs, or what casings is going to ship out. And we're going to be shipping out sulfur, bauxite, and coal. Are we going to be shipping out yeah, we are. And then we're also going to be shipping out sulfur, because we're only using 900 per minute of sulfur. So there's that, because there's 1200 in the area, because we're using everything up here, right? Let's double check that. Is casings will drone the 408 per minute. Oh, this is the 408 per minute that I'm droning. Ooh, okay, we might ship that to something else. Where is, what do we got going on here with batteries? That's batteries. Bauxite 1 will be shipping to batteries. I don't, yeah, we've got nothing about batteries shipping to anywhere. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Huh. So we'll be droning 408 per minute of sulfur, aluminum casings to nuclear. So that's something that I have to worry about for the sulfur, which I already can't do without, unless I use less. Yeah, I could use less sulfur of the 1200 here, and that would be okay, which is just meaning using less coal, which is not the ideal, because I don't want to use less coal, because then I have to ship more of it. But then I'll have to ship more bauxite too. But I'm not shipping that much bauxite as is anyway. That wouldn't really matter. Okay. So we're gonna deal with that when I come back. I have to go to the bathroom, so we're gonna be doing that. So we're gonna take a quick break and do a quick bathroom break. What am I gonna leave you guys with? I will leave you guys with this, so you guys can see the game plan for this save a little bit. It's, some of this has changed. We're definitely oh, the quartz is already up. I guess I must have changed that already. The limestone is going to be down a little bit. The copper is a pain, and we're probably gonna have to make less nuclear pasta, and that's a lot of iron. Wow. Okay. Yeah, so that's the current game plan. I've got some wiggle room on bauxite, so I'm not too worried about that. And this save is based for future proofing. This is like a 1.0 future proofing save, so that I don't have to do a lot of this again. So this is like basically, I trust the developers enough to play as if the game's released now, because of the way that they've handled community management, the way that they've handled game development, the way that they've put out updates. They're very sensitive to people putting in hundreds of hours to their game, so I know that I'm safe in doing that. So yeah, so that's the plan basically, is to deal with max resource output, you know, with more than what we can do right now, you know, assuming 12 speed belts and stuff like that, and then working Okay. This needs to be equal to that times 6. Okay. So that's that makes that much scrap, which makes half of that in ingots, which is actually a nice number. It's not like a weird half number like we've been getting before. So, oh, whoops. So it would make 2,376 ingots per minute. And then that could get mixed with the case. That could get mixed with the copper and make casings. And then if I need to, I can ship ingots back because I'm already shipping coal and bauxite out. So on the return trip, I can send ingots to use the rest of the copper so I can make all of the casings at casings. So that would be the plan there. So let's do that. Let's do that. So that actually like uses a nice amount of resources. I can ship the rest of it out, and then that will load balance the way that it needs to, even though it's a bunch of weird numbers. Coal and bauxite, it's okay if those are weird numbers. It's the sulfuric acid and the amount of ingots produced that now we don't want weird numbers, but we could have weird numbers because now they're staying here. And then we can just fill in the weird numbers with everything else because I left a little bit of excess in this area of the branch. In this area of the game. I left, this is why it's nice to not use like literally every single resource, because now you have to juggle with like what we've been doing with sulfur, because we used literally all 8,100 of it. So I have to like really juggle and struggle. That's why that came out as struggle. Juggle and struggle to get all these numbers to be nice and right and constantly shifting and moving these pieces around. But if you leave a little bit of wiggle room and you're not using literally everything, then this is way easier. So this is like part of the reason I'm doing this is because this was meant to be a challenge. So I made this challenging. So I have to plan. Like I can't, like this is such a big save plan that I couldn't just walk into this and just make it work. Like I'd maybe like Kibitz could, because he has hella experience, but I only have like 250 hours in the game and I've never made a mega factory. So like I've made some big factories for sure, but I haven't made mega factories where like 5 different ingredients are coming together and outputting like 4 or 5 different things. You know, that's something that I don't have experience with yet. So I am taking every precaution I can to set myself up for that win. That way it's not this massive daunting task that feels impossible, because it very much can be. And honestly, it very much is a daunting, impossible task, especially if you walk into it blind. But now kind of planning this out and making the map and getting the train, you know, dealing with the logistics is going to help, because you know, it's easy to build them. It's hard to plan it. So that's why I want to plan it. You know, that there's a reason that in real life people plan out construction buildings. You know, they don't just throw shit up and see what works. You know, they do actually, well, they're supposed to. Some cities don't do a great job, but they're supposed to be planned, you know. So I'm just trying to plan everything that way it goes well. So this is what we're dealing with now. So now that we're using the 792 sulfuric acid, there is no sulfuric acid left to ship out. We're using all the sulfur, because some's getting droned from here, some casings are getting droned from here, which is totally fine, and all the sulfur is being used, which means that we are only using 1,584 coal. So the rest is going to get shipped out, and then we're only using 2,367 bauxite. So that is going to get changed. So of the 3,000 bauxite in the area, we're shipping 167 of it to batteries, just in case you guys forgot about that. And then we're sending 2,376 to casings to be used, which means there's 457 per minute that has to be shipped to ingot 1. So that is what we're shipping to ingot 1. Super easy, not a problem. In fact, it's this, nope, hold on. This bauxite node here, this is where I can actually cut off that supply, because there's 600 here. I could have, that'd be kind of annoying, but I could have 2 trains. I could have one train send you know, the 143 bauxite left, and then the other train send the other 457 bauxite right. Because it is kind of weird that I've got it going like to and from, you know, I'm sending it. That's a long way to send all that bauxite. But it's such a low amount per minute that it realistically won't matter. If it was like, you know, 10, 20 times that, then I definitely wouldn't want to send it all the way to the right and then all the way to the left. But that should be fine. So we're shipping out 457 bauxite to ingot 1, and then the coal is the 4,200 minus the 1,584, and so we're sending out 2,616 coal out to ingot 1. And so we'll probably plan on using like 2,600 of that just to make it easy, and then we'll just have 16 coal kind of floating in the air, and that doesn't really matter. It'll just back up wherever, and it won't matter. So yeah, so then we need to write this stuff down. So let's figure this out again. So casings will be droning that to nuclear, and it will be shipping 167 bauxite per minute to batteries. Okay, and casings will also be shipping. We'll be shipping 457 per minute of bauxites to ingot 1. Here we'll do and 2,600 per minutes of coal. There we go. That is now everything going to and from casings, and now we have ingot 1, and ingot 1 has to get dealt with in that manner. So we've got the water coming up here. This will be used to make all the stuff, and then there's a little bit of water nearby, so we can always do that as well. And worst case scenario, we set up another train, and maybe we bring this water up. Actually, I think that water might be getting used, but we can always pipe more water from here over by casings, then train a quick train all the way up to bring more water up. Or we have this bit here. This looks pretty deep, so we should be able to fit some water extractors here and then pipe it all the way up into here as well. So that should be fine. And we got that little puddle. We can probably fit 1 or 2 in there. So there should be plenty of water. I'm not really worried about water. That's something that we can just make work. It's not the limiting factor. So I want to focus on limiting factors. Anyway, sulfur and okay, so this will be shipping to casings. Sulfur D1, is it? Wait, why? Oh yeah. So for D1 and D2, we'll be shipping with coal B, transporting 1,200 per minute of sulfur and 600 per minute of coal. Why 600 per minute of coal? Why is it not taking all of it? Why would I not take all of this? Let's take all that. 4,200, man. Take all of it. That's way easier. And so now, oh man, my stomach is not loving me right now. I might need to go to the bathroom again. God damn. This is not ingot 2. This is now casings. Okay. Substation A. Yep. Okay. Ingot 1 will be shipping. Oh, this is now batteries. Wow. Okay. Yeah, this is a very different plan. So that's no longer a thing. Ingot 1 will be shipping aluminum ingots to substation A. Okay, so this is now where we need to create that break and see what's going on with ingot 1. Because this is now all going to be very, very different. Very, very different. Yeah. Casings will be sending well, this would be... Yeah, it would be casings now, wouldn't it, huh? That's still correct, but that's a long way to go. Because we have computers is like way up here, and then casings is now over here. So we would have to go probably back up this railway and then create a new line out to here instead. But we also could have it continue this rail line all the way to here, because we have rail going all the way to this end as well, and then it could go up into this way at the same time, depending on which way we wanted to send those casings up to up to there, because the radio control units need casings, the supercomputers need batteries and stuff like that. So we have to get stuff up here as well. So I don't know which way we're gonna take. Probably, honestly, I think probably this way. Actually, you know, we can find it with the quartz. It's next to a quartz node. Yeah. So this is the computer area here. So we have to go from here to here, and I obviously we could set up a direct rail line, but we also need some batteries as well. So I think we'll probably go this way, and then we have a copper node over here, right? Yeah. Oh, it's over here. Yeah. So it's not really in the loop. Never mind. Okay. So we'll probably go all the way up into West Sulphur B, and then from West Sulphur B, we'll come up and around from here to kind of extend that rail line. It's a little bit too. That's a little long. Maybe we'll cut. Maybe we'll cut through. Maybe we'll make a new rail line. Oh, because we have this iron node. This iron node is on a railway already. So we can cut from bauxite A into this iron node and then push all the way through into computers. So that'll be what we do. But yeah, man, my stomach is not loving me. I'm gonna give it one more bathroom break, and if I have to take a third bathroom break, then we'll probably just end the stream, and I'll do some of this work offline, because I do need to get this work done today. And I was hoping to stream it for you guys, but I don't want to put you guys through too many waiting periods. So if you guys don't mind, then let me know, and we'll just power through, and we'll take a lot of breaks. But I don't want to have to keep waiting on you guys, make you guys keep waiting. So hopefully you guys don't mind. But yeah, I don't think I have much of a choice. I kind of have to. So well, we might have to end, but we'll go ahead and I'll leave this as a problem for you guys, right? I'll leave this up, and you guys can come through and figure out this solution, and then we can pitch ideas and stuff if you want. So we can do like a little practice run, because we're making 1,000 of these casings, right? And then we also have to figure out how many we're making at casings, because we're making 1,000 of those casings at batteries. We're using another 792 sulfur at casings, which means that much scrap, which means 4752 divided by 2, which means that many ingots, and that many ingots means that we're using them at a rate of 150 times 112.5, which means that we can make 1,782 casings on top of the 1,000 we already made, minus the 4,170, which means that we have to make 1,388 casings at ingot 1. That is our goal for ingot 1. We have to make 1,388 casings per minute, and then we have to figure out how and where those guys are going to go, because those casings are being demanded by certain locations like radio control units. We have to send some there. They're being demanded by batteries, which we have to send, which we already have handled. So we don't have to send any to batteries. And then we already have this handled as well, right? Those are getting droned out from the other area. So this 1,388 casings, this is all for radio control units, and all of that is getting mixed with the remaining casings at casings. So all those casings have to get shipped back in order to make that work as well. And so that's what we have to make at this other area. Because, oh, you know what? That kind of went away. Okay. Yeah. So 1,388 casings have to go from ingots 1 back to casings. And then from casings, that's this amount here, the 2720, has to go all the way up into computers. Getting a phone call, but it looks like spam, so give me 2 seconds.
It was spam. My car's extended warranty is needing review, even though it's a 2004. So, bye-bye. Blocked. I don't know how all those people keep getting my phone number. It is so weird. I've blocked it every single time. It's like 20 different numbers that keep calling me about that. Like, is that so effective that now we can all meme about it as a culture and someone's still falling for that shit? Like, I just don't know why they haven't changed the bit yet. Like, are we just all getting punked as a species? Like, it's weird to me that that's like a thing. That it's well known that that's like not obviously a scam, and everyone's talking about it, everyone's joking about it, and yet, like, it's still, they haven't changed it. Like, that's ridiculous. Oh well. Okay. Anyway. What we need to do is worry about that. So it will be shipping that many ingots to substation A. Why? Why is it shipping that many ingots? So we know that we're going to be shipping ingots to... we won't be shipping casings, by the way. When we talk about ingot 1 and casings, we're not shipping casings because all the copper is already at casings to make the rest of the casings. So we don't have to worry about that. All we're going to be doing is shipping aluminum ingots from ingot 1 to casings. So we have to ship enough aluminum to make 1,388 casings, but that doesn't mean that we're shipping that much aluminum, right? So, because we did the math on that. With the 4170, we're already making 2782. So we have to do that because we have, yeah, because that was what we were making here, plus 1,000, so we have to make that many casings. So we're making 1,388 casings, which means that we have to ship 1,851 aluminum ingots in order to make that work. So that's what we have to ship in ingots over 2 casings to finish the rest of the casings. On top of that, there are other things that take aluminum ingots. So we need to figure out what takes aluminum ingots, because the rest of the aluminum ingots of this 9,335 is going to be made at ingots 1, right? Or maybe we might split that up into 2 different sections again. But now that 9,000, what was it? 9,935? That is going to be minus that 5,560. And so now we have to make another at ingot 1. We have to make 4,375 ingots just to finish up all the aluminum production in the save. So that's what we have to make here. So we have heat sinks that take 750. Heat sinks, I already know, are being made way down here. Actually, I think they're being made with fused modular frames. No, it is down here. This is where the oil is. There's oil down here. So this is where heat sinks are being made, is down here. So that already means that this is going to be going through casings, not through ingot 1. So we have to send another 750 ingots alongside that 1851 in order to get heat sinks made as well. So that those ingots have to go through casings, then get distributed back down to that corner of the map. So that is what's happening there with those 750. Then, let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so all 3. So then we have these for fused modular frames. Fused modular frames need nitric acid, and nitric acid is most easily made over here. So if we let me go ahead and uncheck all this right now. Well, maybe not. I'll just uncheck this stuff by hand. We're not worried about the oil. Yeah, that's fine. Resource wells. Get rid of water and put on nitrogen. Nitrogen gas is right here. So this is where the nitrogen is. This is where the oil is. So this is where we have from casings down here all the way to the fused modular frame area where we make all the nitric acid, and then from the nitric acid it goes all the way down to the edge to make the heat sinks with the rubber and some more plastic and stuff like that. So that is that train line here, this little leg. We could also do it over here but it doesn't have enough stuff, I think, for the fuse modular frames. This is nice and next to water and stuff, because we also need some fuel. We need some heavy modular frames. I don't think we looked at heavy modular frames yet. I don't think I got around to that. Where are they? For heavy modular frames. Heavy modular frames. That's modular frames. Heavy modular frames. Is steel pipe, is this all of it? No, 72.5. Okay, cool. So steel pipe, encased industrial beams, modular frames, and concrete. I don't think we can make all that on site because that would need limestone, which we kind of have nearby. We could make that work. It would need a lot of iron, which we have nearby. We might be able to make that work. And what else do we need? That's it. Oh, coal. But there's 200 coal here, and we have hella coal up here. So we actually might be able to make that work. That's not too much extra effort to make the heavy modular frames down there. That would not be too bad. So we'll probably make fuse modular frames in that area as well. We have to double check that with some numbers to make sure, but that's looking pretty good. And if we make the fuse modular frames, not all of them, just what we need to make fuse modular frames, which is the 72.5, we'll make like 73 per minute of heavy modular frames. And then that'll make the 72.5 of the fuse modular frames. And then we have to make the ingots for that. So the fuel can get there easily. The ingots can get there, but that's a lot of ingots. And then everything else is already down there. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of ingots getting shipped. So that's what we have to worry about too. So said and done, that's another 3,625 ingots for the frames that have to get shipped, which is that's a number that's getting shipped. That's a lot that's getting shipped. The other option, because this is a lot of ingots, like a lot of ingots, Jesus Christ. The 6,226 ingots per minute that have to get shipped by train. That's a lot of ingots. The other option is to switch casings in ingot 1. But that doesn't solve a lot of problems. Because I already can't make 3,000 per of ingots at casings. So that's the issue as well. And then the casings have to go further, and then the copper has to go further, or just not get used at all and switch to a different copper node, which would likely be the case. Instead of taking copper that far, there'd be no point. So I can either ship hell of aluminum, which is still possible with trains. It just means multiple trains that are big, multiple big trains, and that can still happen. Or I have to think of another idea, because a lot of that stuff is being made down there. The biggest thing is the fuse modular frames, and that is dependent on nitrogen, which I could ship over here instead, but that doesn't really fix my issue, and now there's no limestone. So now I have to make the other stuff up here or somewhere else and not on site, and then ship limestone. Which this has some limestone, and it's next to some iron. So that would be a thing too. If I needed all this iron as well. I don't know if I need this iron down here, actually. That would be a good point. I don't remember. I need to remember what I'm making down. What am I making down there? Modular engines. And that's it. I'm making modular engines down here. So for modular engines, if I'm going to make modular engines down there, what am I using? Okay, so that's using that. Where are modular engines? Here we go. Motors, smart plating, and rubber. Okay. The motors were being made in my last attempt somewhere else. I think the motors were being made for this all the way up at electromagnetic control rods. And I was going to make those motors all the way on basically the other side of the map. It's kind of rough. They were getting made like up here in this area and then getting shipped down. I was going to drone them down because I think the modular engines I need at EMC in order to do thermal propulsion rockets, which take turbo motors and fuse modular frames. So my plan, yeah, that was part of this bit down here. This is super late logistics, but I can show you guys why that's not a problem here. So electromagnetic control rods, which is on the other side of the map, is going to be sending copper powder to Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is going to be sending that up even more northeast to get to the other half of the map. And then in return, I'm getting radio control units from Silicon Valley, which is the computer section that we talked about, where we have to send the aluminum casings to make the radio control units in the first place. And then the supercomputers are getting returned from there in exchange for some electromagnetic control rods, which I need to make the supercomputers in the first place. And then we're sending 25 turbo motors per minute to fused frames in return for 25 per minute of thermal propulsion rockets. So I'm sending turbo motors and motors to fused frames, which is where that nitrogen hub was beneath casings. And we're sending all of that from EMCR to fused frames, so that at fused frames that we can make fused modular frames, the thermal propulsion rockets, and then send those back on return with from the drones to EMCR. And then from EMCR, they can be distributed where they need to go. And supercomputers and thermal propulsion rockets, those are pretty late game. Supercomputers need to be mixed with adaptive control units in order to do the thing. But both of those two things can be shipped in one drone to another location because it's such a low number per minute. So that's where I can kind of like save on drones. Like I don't have to send them separately because thermal prop rockets are already, that's a space elevator part. So that's going to be put in the space elevator or the awesome sink. And then supercomputers are going to be mixed with adaptive control units to make a space elevator part and / put in the awesome sink. So there's that. So that's why that works out. And that's why that's not really a problem. So this is a good reason why I should try to make that other nitrogen location work, because this is good. Because the modular frames I need for thermal propulsion rockets, and that's all I'm using modular engines for. Sorry, modular engines I need for that. That's all I'm using them for. 22.4 fused modular frames. What am I using the rest of the modular frames for? The fused frames. What are the other fused frames being used for? Thermal propulsion rockets. Oh, pressure conversion cubes. Oh, duh. Duh. Okay. So that's being made with radio control units, which I'm making up top at computers. But I don't know if I'm making all of them. Am I making all of them? I think I was making all of them. I don't know if I planned on making all of them. I don't know if I had enough crystal to make all of them. Was I making crystal? Oh, I am. I'm making crystal oscillators in a different location. And then those are getting shipped up. But crystal oscillators is closer to fused frames. So maybe I should make pressure conversion cubes at fused frames and ship down radio control units. And if I ship down, or I could just change where I make radio control units. What do I need to make radio control units? Okay, crystal oscillators, which is nearby, computers, and aluminum casing. So I can either ship all this stuff up, or I can just ship 85 computers down and make radio control units down here. And those radio control units are being made for turbo motors, which, oh, that's the thing, though. Okay, so I'd have to send more rotors, more motors, and more electromagnetic control rods. So that's shipping a lot more. But I could still drone. I could, because no matter what, I have to drone those, right? So I could still drone radio control units. I'd just be droning them from fused frames. And then when I take the radio control units there, I can bring back motors and stuff too, right? What was the plan for that? Because I was sending down... Oh, I was going to send copper powder in return for the RCUs. That could be a thing. Because that copper powder could get trained up and met with the other drones that are going up from West Sulphur B. So that could work. Or I could just not make copper powder. That's an option as well. I could just not make copper powder. So I think that might be the better solution here. Maybe I just don't make copper powder. And I send the RCUs there, and then on the way... So I would send RCUs to EMCR. In return, I'd pick up motors. And then this 162 can be split up into 2 different drone shipments, which will help reduce the amount of drones and increase efficiency. So that would be ideal, because nothing else of this changes, except because we're sending turbo motors in exchange for thermal propulsion rockets. But that doesn't have to be a thing. So this whole drone line could go away because we don't need that. And then we'd be sending EMCR Silicon Valley for supercomputers. That wouldn't change. I'd need to send 85 computers down to fused frames via drone, and then I could send back the thermal propulsion rockets in order to do that. So I could send the thermal propulsion rockets to Silicon Valley instead of sending it there. So let's rewrite this. Then I'm gonna highlight this in red so that we know this changed. But we're gonna remove copper powder. So I'm just gonna say we're removing this. I'll put a tag there saying we're removing copper powder to Silicon Valley. So we're not doing that in return for RCUs via drone. Okay, so that's now no longer a thing. So we will send 50 per minute. That's still a thing. That can't change. The turbo motors are now no longer a thing. And then we're going to be sending... yeah, that's not a thing anymore. That's not a thing anymore. But this is going to get changed to Silicon Valley. Rather, we'll do this. We'll make the Silicon Valley. We'll send 85 per minute of computers to fused frames in return for 25 thermal propulsion rockets via drone. That still stands. And then we'll send 162 per minute of motors to fused frames in return for 22.4 per minute of fused modular frames via drone, which that's not a thing anymore, right? We think we just talked about that. Because now we're training casing so far. And then the radio control units are being made on site, which we don't need for turbo motors because that's now a thing. So those 75 don't have to go anywhere. And then thermal propulsion rockets have the cooling systems, and cooling systems use motors and heat sinks. That was part of the motors that we had to send. So instead of sending... What all were we making down there? Oh, for modular engines. Okay, so on top of this, we have to send another 60 motors and another 60 rotors, and so all of this has to get sent to fused frames. And then we're sending back... What are we sending back? We'd be sending back nothing, right? I don't think we'd be sending back anything because it was all going to go to Silicon Valley. But we could send back thermal propulsion rockets. That could be a thing because everything that'll all be there. So we could send back thermal prop rockets, or we could send back yeah, because that's what this is making. We're using the cooling systems are already down there because we're making the heat sinks to the southeast. And then the modular engines are made down there to the southeast as well. And the cooling systems are made, or the cooling systems are going to be made at fused frames because the motors are going to, the heat sinks are going to get shipped backed up. They're going to get shipped up with the modular engines. And then the fused frames we're making there on site because we're also making heavy modular frames, and we're making all of the fused frames there because all the nitrogen gas is there. And then we'd be making turbo motors on site because we had the radio control unit, so we have to ship motors, rotors, and electromagnetic control rods to there to make the turbo motors per minute, because we don't have the iron in the area to do that on our own. And then the computers are getting shipped in, oscillators are made nearby for train, casings are made nearby for train, and then the ingots have to get brought in by train too. Fuck, that's going to be a lot of trains. And then what's left is just thermal propulsion rockets. That's the only thing that we have left to send out. That's the only thing getting made there. That's all getting simplified to thermal propulsion rockets. So that can get either put on a return drone to Silicon Valley for the computers, or that can be put on a return drone to EMCR, which I don't think we need it to be. But I think supercomputers are being brought to EMCR. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why. I could leave supercomputers at Silicon Valley and not send back anything to EMCR, and then send this fused frame, the thermal propulsion rockets, to EMCR. That could be a thing. Yeah. Sorry, no, hold on. God, this is confusing sometimes. Okay. I think I want it all by the computer stuff. I think I want to send it to Silicon Valley, because that's pretty close to my starting biome, and then my starting biome can become the hub, because that's Silicon Valley is really close to. Let me just get rid of all this stuff. Okay. So spawn locations. This is my spawn location. This is Silicon Valley. So this is really close to my spawn location, because this is where my space elevator is right now. So if I wanted to maintain that biome as like my home, then it's easier if it's here versus turbo motors, or sorry, EMCR. It's a little bit closer, but this is EMCR. This is I think the main starting biome, I think. Or is this, maybe that's the original starting biome, I don't remember. There's a biome thing here. Is there? I thought there was. Caves, roads. I thought this showed you all the biomes too. Oh, the grass fields. This is the starting biome. This is the beginner one. This is the rocky desert. Oh, okay. And this is the northern forest, and this is the dune desert. Okay. So this is the grass field. So this is like other end of the map, no matter what I'm doing. Right. So I think I want everything to come together at computers, but that's a really big factory. It's like a really big factory. But so is EMCR. EMCR is a fucking huge factory too. And now fused frames is becoming thermal propulsion rockets, which is going to be a huge fucking factory too. So do I put everything at computers? I guess I might as well. It doesn't really matter. It could go it would need to go, because I could get the computers to go to EMCR, and then I could get the frame. Yeah, then the rockets could go either way, and I could just not send the supercomputers. I don't have to do a return trip. So I think that'll probably be what I do. So I think we're gonna send that to Silicon Valley, nothing in return, and then we have to send electromagnetic control rods to fused frames too. I think fused frames needs how many? 42. Fused frames need 42. Okay, so we'll send 42 per minute of EMCRs to fused frames, which we're probably going to rename thermal propulsion rockets, because this is now making a lot more than just fused frames. But there we go. Silicon Valley will send 85 per minute computers to fused frames in return for 25 per minute thermal propulsion rockets via drone. Yes. And then it will send 162.5 motors per minute. That's actually going to go up. It has to go up another 60 This will go to, I think it would be 212, but let's double check that math real quick. 162.5 plus 60, 222.5. I'm glad I double checked. 222.5 per minute of that in return for fused modular frames via drone. That doesn't need to happen because the fused modular frames were being used for this, I think. Oh no, the 22.5 was for plutonium rods. That's what that was for. So that still needs to be a thing. Because plutonium rods need pressure conversion cubes, which need 22.4 fused frames, which also need radio control units. But I'm now going to make pressure conversion cubes on site there. So I don't want to send back fused frames. I want to send back pressure conversion cubes. So that's what we're going to be sending back. So instead of sending back fused modular frames, we're sending back pressure conversion cubes. Because we're going to make pressure conversion cubes and thermal propulsion rockets at that place, which also means that we have to send pressure conversion cubes up to computers because we need pressure conversion cubes for copper. And so by drone, we're going to want to send that back up to computers because that's going to be closer to where we're making nuclear pasta. So that's a whole thing. Wow. Okay. Fuck. So we are sending 85 per minute of computers in return for 25 per minute of thermal propulsion rockets, and how many? 25? I think it's 25 per minute. What was it? Yeah, 25 per minute. That's probably going to change, but 25 per minute of pressure conversion cubes. Jesus Christ, this is a huge. This is going to have to get split up into different places, but it's in the right area. It's close enough in the area that we can just write this all as fused frames. We're gonna have to change names and get specific later, but these are good changes. So we're sending, Silicon Valley is now sending 85 computers to fused frames that we can make. Why did that not do a thing? That should have done a thing. Can you underline, please? Thank you. Okay. That is now sending computers to fused frames. Fused frames is sending back thermal propulsion rockets, pressure conversion cubes. Pressure conversion cubes are going back via drone to fused frames. We need more motors and we need rotors now. We need 60 rotors on top of that, and 60 per minute of rotors. Wow, this is becoming a nightmare. Okay. So there we go. So we're not going to make copper powder anymore. So that's the thing. Okay. Wow. Oh. But otherwise, that's all producing the same things. It's just shipping different amounts and different things. So we're now not making turbo motors at EMCR, but we're now making at fused frames pressure conversion cubes and thermal propulsion rockets. Fuck. Okay. That's more complicated than I thought in that little area, but it is kind of keeping everything close together, kind of, because this is where we're making crystal oscillators, and this is casings here. This is casings, this is ingot 1, this is crystal oscillators, and now this is fused frames, thermal propulsion rockets, pressure conversion cubes, modular engines, heat sinks, and stuff like that. So that handles all of those things, which also means that those ingots are getting shipped where? No, it's all there. All the ingots are getting shipped there. All the ingots are getting shipped there. All the casings are getting shipped there now. So casings is now going to be shipping, instead of to computers up here, back where we were before. It's not sending those to Silicon Valley. Now it's sending those to fused frames. That is now where that is going. That's going to fused frames for RCUs. On top of now everything else, ingot 1 is going to be shipping hella stuff to substation A. It doesn't need to go to substation A. Not anymore. It's all just going straight to fused frames. All of it. Except for, what do we have? We have 750 for heat sinks. So that's going further down. 300, yeah, 3,625 to fused. Then 1851 is going to casings. So yeah, this is going to be interesting. So this is now what we're talking about here. So ingot 1 will be shipping aluminum ingots to not substation A. This is now going to get changed to fuse frames, casings, and what are we calling that one down there? Is it heat sinks? Is it modular engine? I think we're calling it modular engines. But it's sending so we're sending heat sinks down to modular engines, probably from fuse frames. Actually, I think fuse frames is making heat sinks, right? Heat sinks is how much? What is heat sinks? Where'd they go? Where are you? Who, what, where, when, how? Come on. Heat sinks. Survey says where oh, here they are. Rubber and aluminum ingots. Okay, so that's interesting because rubber is being produced from below, but heat sinks are being used up top. Heat sinks are being used with cooling systems, which is motors, and those motors are being shipped, and nitrogen gas, which is already up there. So yeah, so we need to ship rubber up to the thing because those heat sinks are being made up there. Okay. So that's fused frames is producing. I need to make a list of what fused frame is producing because this is getting insane. So fused frames has to make heat sinks, which means that we're just sending aluminum ingots to fused frames and casings. We're not sending anything down to modular engines because that's going to send rubber up to deal with that issue. Rubber and fuel while we make modular engines. Or are we making... Oh, you know what? Yeah, because modular engines needs motors and the smart plating. Where are we getting smart plating from? Fuck. What are we doing with that? Are we making that? Are we sending the rotors to make the smart plating? I think we are. Or did we make smart plating up there at EMCR? We might be able to get away with making smart plating at EMCR. But did we send rotors? Is that a thing that we're sending from EMCR? No, we're just sending rotors. Motors, rather. We're not sending anything. We don't have that down. We're sending rotors to fuse frames. But that's rotors that we know we're already making. So I didn't have to change anything for that because I was making turbo motors, so I know that that was already being produced there and it's not going to cause an issue with math. So that's why. But I think we are making rotors there, but I don't know if we're making enough to have extra to send. Okay. So that's the interesting part that we have to deal with as well. Is if we're going to make smart plating here, because if we make smart plating up at fused frames, then we make cooling systems at fused frames, and we have the rubber being made at modular engines, and the motors are already at fused frames, then I should just get then I can either ship the motors and make the smart plating down there, which I could do because there is some iron. I could make all that down there and then ship down motors and ship back up modular engines. And that would be just fine. I'd also have to ship back up, or I could also, if I'm going to ship down motors for modular engines, I might as well ship down heat sinks. Or I might as well ship down the aluminum ingots to make heat sinks and then use the rubber that's already down there. Is there that much rubber down there? I don't think there was that much rubber down there. There must have been, because I'm making modular engines and sending heat. Where was I getting the rubber for heat? 570 rubber is going from all the way over there. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I think that's what that rubber was, wasn't it? Let me double check. Yeah. Okay, so that rubber is getting trained all the way over there in order to make it through the coal line, to make the ingots, to send then down all the way to fused frames, which is then getting sent all the way down to modular engines. That's a huge train line. Absolutely massive. What were you thinking? So modular engines can't make it that I'm not sending the rubber that far. And then just to send all of that down there too. So we'll have to send that stuff up to fused frames, because that's just what makes sense. That's just what makes sense. Okay, so the 570 rubber that I need to make modular engines is coming from the other end of the fucking map. That's where that's coming from. So the rubber for modular engines is down here. The rubber for heat sinks is there. That's where that rubber's coming from. So 570 rubber per minute is coming this way through all the bauxite, through ingots, all the way over to ingot 2, all the way over to casings, was ingot 2. And then down here into fused frames, and then the other rubber's coming up from here to meet in the middle, basically. Not really the middle, it's more to the right, but that is the plan. Wow. Okay. So heat sinks have to get made at fused frames. Heat sinks are getting made at fused frames. Modular engines are going to be made at fused frames, because then otherwise the drones have to go into more transportation, more trains. That's just dumb. So I'm going to ship rubber up from this area, just rubber. Maybe more. I might have to ship what was it? I might have to ship the things for the smart plating, because I need smart plating too. So smart plating has to come by. So we might have to do the rotors and reinforced plates. And the rotors are steel pipe and wire. That's a lot of wire, but I don't need that much. And then, is there coal down there? Is that a thing? There is coal down here. Is there iron down there? There is iron down there. Okay, so that's definitely the plan. That's plenty of iron. That's plenty of coal. I can absolutely make smart plating down here. So I'll make smart plating down here. I'll make rubber down here and ship that up into fused frames. That will be a thing. And this will probably still call modular engines, because I'm not making modular engine. Well, no, that's going to be misleading. I'll just call this oil outpost like 1. That we'll call it that. We have oil outpost 1. Let me get that on the map real quick. This is there. Okay, so this is basically what we'll call oil outpost 1. And we're gonna have probably some iron and coal nodes, train lines around that too. That's a bit far to belt. So you know what? We might just build over the lake, because I'm gonna need water as well, but I won't need that much water. So I could, yeah, we'll probably build over the lake. I'll simplify that into one spot, and then we'll go from there. But this is what we're gonna call oil outpost. And this is gonna get lined up with probably some more of this iron over here. I think I actually have that iron being used on my other map. Yeah, I think that iron is being used for crystal oscillators to help make stuff over there. So I'm gonna note this iron node here, and we'll just make the railway pass by this in case we need it, because it wouldn't hurt. Because the next place that we're going is this nitrogen gas. Yeah. So we're gonna pass through this iron node on the way in case we need to pick up stuff from here, and create a train station over here, and then we have rail line going through it no matter what. So where's that iron node in the map? It's next to that little. It's kind of like there. Yeah, I see it. Okay, cool. So that's where this iron node is. Pick up. And then that's going to go from here all the way up to the nitrogen gas. And this is what we're going to call fused modular frames, kind of by. So that's going to pick up heat. Then that's going to run into the water train there. So then, and then this is what we're going to call FF for now. That's fused. We'll have to change the name. And then there's even quartz over here. This is, I think, where we're making crystal oscillators. Yeah, that's where we're making crystal oscillators. It's up right next to fused frame. Actually, that's kind of nice. So like right here is where we have quartz, and that is where we're making crystal oscillators, because we have 1200 quartz per minute there, and crystal oscillators are taking what? I think we're making all of them there, actually. I think that was the plan. So 2500 quartz crystal, which is 3000. There's no way I can make all of them there. What are you talking about? I can't make all of them there. Do I need to make all of them there? What's using crystal oscillators? Radio control units, uranium fuel rods, crystal beacons. So yeah, I do need to make all of them there. I guess I don't have to. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. The quartz for crystal oscillators for nuclear is the 56, which I think I took care of. No, I took care of electromagnetic control rods, because those take quartz, don't they? AI limiters don't. High-speed connectors do. They do. Yeah, that's what that was. That's what that was, because that's the silica bit that we talked about, which is on my other map that I haven't gone into yet. So we have the silica for nuclear. That's what I took care of. The silica, specifically the silica for nuclear, not anything else, because in case uranium cells take 1200 silica, non-fissioned uranium takes 1700 silica. So I took care of silica. I did not take care of crystal oscillators. So that still has to be made based on some other thing. So why did computers for circuit boards? Because circuit boards take silica, which is why they're in the heavy quartz area over there. Okay, I need to unselect all this and go back to quartz. So this quartz is being used for high-speed connectors. This quartz is being used for nuclear silica. This quartz is being used for automated wiring. This quartz is being used for computers, which leaves this left for crystal oscillators. That's what that leaves. Okay, so this is definitely going to get tapped into to help make crystal oscillators for what I need. But I need 85 per minute. I don't know if 1200 is enough to make 85 per minute. If I was going to make 85... Oh, it's close. It's really close. And that's with washing it. God damn. That's really close. That's like really close. Okay, that's just not worth it. But I need 2600. No, I need more than that. Wow, goddamn. I need 3300 quartz just for that, and that's not even enough there. It's all of this. 3300 is all of that. Okay. And then we're close enough to ingot. This is close to ingot 1. Yeah, that was the plan. So I was gonna pump the quartz up along, I think, with that iron that we just put down. Okay. I think that's what we have to do. Wow, it's kind of hard to read that map, but I think that's, yeah, that looks like that's where it is. This is where quartz is, right there. So I have to put a train line there. Is there any iron on the way? Is there any copper on the way? There's kind of that's out of the way. What do I need K2? I don't think I need K2. There's no K2 anyway. Is there limestone on the way? I don't think I even need limestone. There's limestone next to it, so that's fine. Coal. There's a little bit of coal on the way. I might swing by and pick up that coal. There's no sulfur. There's no bauxite. Oh, there is a little bauxite node on the way. So I can hook up to this bauxite on this rail line, and then I can have a little way to reconnect in this area, create a new cut through from ingot 1 down into fused frames, and save some time going up this way, and then have less trains go through here, because this bauxite has to get used. So, right? Yeah. I think that's getting used. 12. Yeah. And the 300 coal. Yeah, this is getting used. This coal is apparently getting used. This bauxite is getting used. This is by substation A. So let's get this plotted out real quick too, because this coal node is up there. By the water, up by that little circle. Yeah, that looks like it's about there. Out there. The bauxite node's actually down in the lake. Right around. Those are kind of far apart. I was considering running those two into the same train station, but that's going to be a lot of belt work, but it's not that much belt work. I'm not like I think it's worth saving for sure. So I'm going to go ahead and treat it as if it's one stop along the way, and we'll turn stop later into one stop right around here through this. Basically, we're going to go through this and then end up here. So this will be the stop up here, and then we'll run the bauxite over and up, and we'll run the coal over and down. And then this is going to become a straight line through this coal node over here and through this coal node over here on the way. Oh, actually, this is ingot 1 up here. That was the plan for ingot 1, was to put it up here. We can shift it down a bit. We'll have the train station down here with this bauxite. So we'll have ingot 1 be down there, which is next to... S is kind of small. I mean, hard to read. But it's right about there. So that will be the train station for ingot 1. That'll be... an arrow above it. The water, we don't need anything from the... I can just put... That's becoming a... This way, get 1. And then we have this coal node by the river and this bauxite node. So this coal node right here and this bauxite node right here are going to be picked up as well. So that's going to come down from the train line in between this substation A and ingot 1. So right here is where that train is going to come down. So it'll meet that way. And that bauxite node is now going to be part of this quartz train line as well. And I don't even think we need that coal, to be honest. We could probably skip it and save some rail. But this is kind of like the best path to stay up high. So maybe we will kind of end up going past it anyway, because we have to stay high no matter what. So we'll probably end up going by that coal node, because we're going to follow the river. Have to go through. But this bauxite node is going to meet up with this quartz line. That'll be a gift. And then that quartz line is going to go through the bauxite, and then from the bauxite over to the other quartz, where we're going to make oscillator. So we're going to follow that one. Right around there, and then we've got quartz there. That's that train line. And then This bauxite's going to come up this way. This is going to come this way to pick up all this coal, and then it's going to divert up here, and then we have another line going all the way up to this bauxite and up to this coal. We might not need the coal. I don't remember if I need the coal or not, but it's definitely going to go up to this bauxite node, which is at the top, right around there. So then I'm going to bauxite. We're going to drive from ingot there, and then we're going to go from ingot 1 to follow this coal line, because I did have plans for this coal in my other notes, so we're going to get that laid out. So that coal line is, I'd say, right around there, actually. Like it's there. And then the other coal node is right around there. And then the bauxite node's above it. Below that lake in the scattered bits. Coal to coal, coal to bauxite. And then we're also, this is where we're going to have the rail split. Because we're going to go up to this coal to continue all the way up there. Which is... that other coal node, and then we're going to cut hard left to go up to this bauxite node, which is in that wet work right around here, I'd say. Let's double check. Yeah, right before, right around that mouth, up into the back right there. Yeah, so it's right here. That coal line we're going to shoot over to this bauxite, and then from this bauxite we're going to go, we're going all the way, yeah, we're going all the way across to this bauxite up here on that little run, that bauxite node up here, straight out to this bauxite, and then this bauxite is going to cut up into this line here. So the one on the mountains right about here is going to cut up into this bauxite node. And then this bauxite node is now going to come back to this coal node over here, down in the valley below. And then from that coal node, it's going to go to the other coal node over here on that little mountain bit here. This coal node. And then from this coal node, it's going to go back to the very first coal node over here. And so what we should have just made is almost like a trapezoid with an offshoot to the left. Kind of like if you were opening up a box. That's what you're gonna look for. You're gonna look for the box shape here. This would be the main box. This is the trapezoid, and then you've got the lid coming off of here. So this bauxite node is being shipped all the way to this bauxite node, and then this bauxite node is creating a loop for all of that coal to get picked up. So we're going to have multiple different trains, some going out this way and then coming back, and then the bauxite train going all the way up, around, and then back this way to save time, which is why we're connecting these two nodes. Even though this is going to be one rail loop to go out here and then back, that'll be a two-headed train to save time because we don't need it to go all the way around. And then the other train's going to go out, skip these two coal nodes, go all the way up, pick up this bauxite, pick up that coal, shoot over to this bauxite, pick up both of these two nodes, which will be in one spot, and then come down, pick up this bauxite, and then ship all the way back over to ingot 1. That is the plan. And then ingot 1 will have a line coming up to this bauxite, coming down to use this bauxite and coal, and then this bauxite coming up and then that will connect into this quartz line, which connects into fused modular frames, which connects all the way down to modular engines, which also connects up to casings, which also connects all the way to batteries, which connects all the way up to this West Sulfur node, and then this West Sulfur node will connect all the way up here into computers. And that is the massive web that we've been weaving. And then on top of that, all the way over by this bauxite node, this bauxite node here rather, this is getting really close to what we're calling electromagnetic control rods, which is all the way up here. So our framework for a rail line is slowly kind of creeping out throughout most of the map here. So we'll have some updates for sure when we're done with the stream about where all this stuff is going to go. But we have a lot of stuff that needs to make sense. So I'll at the very least I'll post up the new map. I think I need to at bare minimum do that, and we'll try to come up with some new names and stuff. And we need to start listing off what's actually getting made in those locations as well, so that we know what's going to get shipped to and from. So let's hop back into this and try to get that figured out. So hopefully all of that made sense. This is one of the reasons why I've been posting the map that I've been drawing, so you guys can follow along and figure out what I mean, so that this can be as much of a learning experience for you as it is for me. It should be no surprise that we've had to change a lot of things and re-look at a lot of what we're doing. So that is a pretty big thing here. So I'm gonna go ahead and also start writing down all of the train stations that we're doing. Ingot 1 is still a thing. Ingot 2 is now casings. And casings is now batteries. But this is also now basically all RON. So none of that really matters in the first place. So we're just going to delete that anyway. It doesn't matter. We're just going to worry about shipping. I did have this organized for drones and trains separately. That's probably a good move, but we'll have to format some of this stuff at a later date once we know everything works. But let's go ahead and start listing off everything that we've been doing, right? So we have we'll go west to east in this order of all the stuff that's kind of been popping up. So we've got furthest west. Sorry, we're east to west. Oh my god, I'm dumb. I literally have West Sulfur A and West Sulfur B on the east coast. They're literally on the east coast. God damn it. Okay. Slight name change. East Sulfur. They're west of something. They're not west on the map, but they're west of something. I'll tell you what, they're west of the rock that's just to the east of them. That's why they're West Sulfur. That's it's all about the point of reference, guys. Okay, they're west of the rock next to them, so that's why they're West Sulfur A and West Sulfur B. It's about that rock. God damn it. Okay, so this is gonna get changed to east, because east? I thought you said west. Honestly though, like, yeah, we're making that. I'm gonna roll with that air, and they're west Sulfur A, West Sulfur B, because I definitely thought that you said that you said west. It was supposed to be east, but I thought you said west. So there we go. West Sulfur A, West Sulfur B. God damn it. I really wish that started off as a joke versus it like actually being true that I fucked up. But whatever. West Sulfur A, West Sulfur B. So that's what we got going on. So in the West, we need to figure out what's going on with those. So West Sulfur A is producing 1200 per minute of sulfur. That should be everything that is doing. I don't think that's doing anything else. Did I? Oh, that's Caterium. Where? There you are. Okay, so you are the A, this is B. This isn't producing anything else of significance. There's not a lot of iron and copper nearby. I don't need to worry about the coal. Yeah, so this is that. So this node is going to be brought up to there. That's what some of the shipping is doing. But this is, as far as this node's concerned, it's producing 1200 per minute of sulfur. And I guess I'll go ahead and I'll note that it is receiving 600 per minute of copper ore. It is copper ore. That can be part of the note. We'll go ahead and add that as from waste sulfur B. Right? Did I? Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Okay, cool. And then we have waste sulfur B. That is producing 1200 per minute of sulfur. And 600 per minute of copper ore. Okay. That's easy. Then what do we have next? We have bauxite A. And bauxite A. And I'm gonna do major stations at the moment. All the other little iron ones that we talked about, that's just literally shipping and receiving a product, I'm not too worried about. The sulfur A and Bs are swapping a complete resource, so that kind of matters. That's worth noting. But like copper A, B, and C, those aren't worth noting because they're just providing resources to bauxite A that is producing ingots. This is now producing 130 per minute of copper powder and 2800 per minute of copper ingots. That is what bauxite A is producing, so that's what matters. Then we go into batteries and what they're producing. And batteries is producing 1,000 batteries per minute. 1,000 batteries per minute. We'll do it this way. We'll keep the same format. 1,000 per minute of batteries. And that should be it. That should be all that is produced. That is its sole goal. The way that we wrote this before. If I double check down here with batteries, yeah, I barely have anything down here for batteries. Coal A is shipping to batteries. Yeah, batteries, it should just be producing batteries. That should be it. And then it sends other stuff as a halfway house for everything else that it needs. So there we go. Super easy. Yeah. Produces 1,000 per minute of batteries and sends and receives resources. Maybe we should keep note in a more sophisticated spot. We'll put receiving. It is receiving 167 per minute of bauxite. From ingot 1. It is also receiving 1,000 per minute of coal from coal A, I think is what we called it. Coal A. Do I want it to do that? I don't know if I want it to do that, but whatever. No, that's not really a whatever thing for me. Maybe we'll do... Maybe we'll do that. No, that's kind of a weird format. Can I get you to do the thing up here? No, I can't really get you to do the thing where you indent yourself. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping for here. Okay, we'll just have to do that then. Change up the format a bit here. Okay, 1,000 per minute battery, you can get 1,000 per minute of coal from coal A, and it's also receiving 2780 per 2800 per minute of copper ingots from. Do I want it to drop off all of it? I don't think no, yeah. I want it to drop off all of it. I do want it to drop off all of it. From bauxites to bauxites A. Okay, cool. And then West Sulphur B is receiving 130 per minute of copper, and then West Sulphur A, really, it's going to end up, it'll be up here. So this is going to be receiving 130 per minute of copper powder from this would be bauxite A. Yeah. I always do that from bauxite A, and then we know how it's gonna get there. That's not a problem. So there we go. Okay, so batteries is a thing that should be handled. It's just making batteries, not shipping out anything. It just makes batteries, and well, actually, it's gonna be shipping out via drone batteries everywhere. So that'll be a thing. It's gonna have to send 500 per minute just to computers, and we'll probably drone it. I don't think I want to send that via train. I could send it on the train. It depends. So it needs to send yeah, receiving and we'll just do this out. No, we'll just put sends 500 per minute of batteries to Silicon Valley. And it needs to send it's going to send 250 per minute of batteries to all drone pads. And it will send 250 per minute of batteries to whatever else uses them. What was the last thing? I forgot what it was. I always forget what this is. It's magnetic field generators. So that'll be a thing. Versus which needs electromagnetic control rods, versatile framework, and versatile framework needs steel beams and modular frames. Okay, so that'll have to be its own place where we make versatile framework and then send it electromagnetic control rods as well. So I might send the batteries to EMCR and then have EMCR send the control rods to the magnetic field gens, because we don't need. Oh, you know what I can do? I can send 50 extra EMCRs to fused frames, and then send those EMCRs up to, or I can send the batteries down via train to fused frames, and then drone out both from fused frames over to magnetic field gen. And that could work, because I might have an extra train car, or I can just split a train car with something else and then smart split it out. Because that's only like a stack per minute of batteries that have to go somewhere. So that could be easy. That could be super easy. And then those 250 batteries with the EMCRs could be shipped together with the drone to magnetic field gens, and then smart split there at magnetic field gens, and then made into those, and then those can be shipped to computers after. Or if I have to ship magnetic field gens to computers anyway, to Silicon Valley, I can send the extra 250 batteries per minute to Silicon Valley, because I think I'm already sending magnetic control rods from EMCR to Silicon Valley. That should already be a thing. So if I just double up on that shipment, then I'm fine. Yeah, see, I'm sending 50 per minute to Silicon Valley already. And we'll send 42 per minute of EMCRs and rotors to fuse frames. So I make that 100 per minute of EMCRs, right? And then I go ahead and send 750 per minute of batteries to Silicon Valley. Then everything's at Silicon Valley, and then that can get droned out to magnetic field gens. Then magnetic field gens can drone back all of that stuff as well. So 750 per minute of batteries to Silicon Valley, and then that is done. So that's that. Okay. And then 250 per minute to all the drone pads. So the 250 per minute for the drones is going to get droned out to all the other drone pads. And so we'll have to split out the 250 per minute as much as we need to, and just have a bunch of drone pads at batteries. So every, and then all of those drone pads, all those drones can get sent to, those will be the home pads basically. Home pads will be at batteries for those drones, and then those drones can send it batteries to the pads somewhere, and then they can get belted out to other ones, or they can hopefully just land at the same place, drop off batteries, have a smart splitter that puts batteries back into the fuel, and then the outgoing of whatever else is being dropped off at that location to wherever else it needs to go. That could be a thing. So not too bad. Not too bad. So that we'll figure that out when we get there, but otherwise we know that has to happen. So that is battery. So the next station that matters is casings. That is the next thing that matters, is casings. That's the fucking massive one that is annoying as shit, because there's so much stuff getting made there, and fuse frames is gonna be the same thing. Exact same thing. There's a crap load of stuff being made there. So casings. That is producing all of the casings. Actually, that should be producing 3,170 per minute of casings, because all the rest of the copper is there. So that should be what this is making. Oh, let me put producing here. Producing. And producing. And that should be everything that this place is making. It shouldn't be making anything other than casings. Right? That should be everything that it does. Hell of a rail line. Okay. And then I'm going to have this quartz line that we talked about down here. I'm going to have this connect up to fuse frames. Well, and would like to work. Doesn't want. Okay. So now that's all connected. Man. So casings. Casings should literally only be making casings. That's why it's called casings. Because it just makes casings. But it also has to drone out sulfur and aluminum casings. Shipping bauxite. The batteries. Shipping bauxite and coal to ingot 1. And then that will be returning ingots, because ingot 1 is shipping ingots to fuse frames and casings. And then those ingots from ingot 1 are being turned into casings at casings. And they're being used as ingots at fuse frames. So that's the thing. Okay. So yeah, this is just producing casings. So it's receiving, receiving. To do so many ingots per minute. Jeez, thousands. It's receiving thousands. It's 1851. Is it? Are those all gonna come through here? No, they don't all have to. I could, now that we have that other train line, I could send it directly to use frames. So it's only going to be receiving 1851. Receiving 1851 aluminum ingots. I want to cut down on how much is being put in one area. So it's only going to be receiving 1851 aluminum ingots, because now that we have that other train line, we have two paths now to fuse frames. We have through casings, and we have through crystal oscillators. So if I send the other ingots, the other 3,625 plus the other 750, I can send those on their own train, independent of the 1851. That can now be two completely different things going to two completely different locations, which is going to drastically help. So now I can have one train dedicated going back and forth with like 4,000 items going from one place to another. And so just to double check that math real quick, we're going to look at aluminum ingots and what they stack at, because they are somewhere. Aluminum casings, aluminum ingots, they stack in 100, which means we have 3,625 plus 750. Whoops, 3,625 plus 750 is 4,375 divided by 100. That's only 43 stacks. Let's call that 45 stacks per minute that need to be transferred. That's actually a bit generous. We'll call that 44. 44 stacks per minute. Well, that's only, 32 per train car. That's 1.35 train cars per minute that need to be transferred. And so we can have 4 train cars, which is 128. So divided by 44, that's 2.9 times that recipe can be used before the train has to be back if it's a full train of all 4 cars. And so that also means that if we have 2.9 times, that means we have 2.9 times 2.67 minutes. So that means I have 7 minutes that train needs to loop. It needs to come back to that location every 7 minutes, basically almost 8 minutes. So if I have that train coming back every 7.5 minutes between these two locations, which is more than possible because it's a dedicated train, it has to go from here to here every 7 minutes, which is totally doable. It'll be way less than that. One sec. Okay, so that's the plan there. So that's super easy, totally doable. Even though it is a fuckload per minute, it is very well within the realm of trains, even if they only stack in 100. So don't freak out about that too much. If this is something that you run into, trains are very capable of moving large amounts of product. So it is not an issue whatsoever. So it'll be receiving 1851 aluminum ingots. It is not receiving any bauxites. Oh, from ingot 1. Okay, so that is what's going on with that. It doesn't need any coal because it's, oh no, it is getting, yeah, it's receiving sulfur and coal from up top. So it's receiving 4,200 per minute of coal. There we go. Receiving 4,200 per minute of coal from. Oh, geez, what are we calling it? What is that? It's got sulfur up there too. I think we can just call that coal B. Honestly, I think we already have coal A, right? So, did I even know? Yeah, coal A there. Okay, so we'll call that coal B. Or Kobe. Nah, it's alright. We'll call it coal B. And it's receiving 1,200 per minute, I want to say it was. Or is it more than that? Of sulfur. 1,200 per minute of sulfur. From this area up here. from we'll call that central sulfur station. That's kind of a mouthful. Well, we'll just call that central sulfur. That's easy. Yeah, actually it can just be that. There's no other need for it. We were using all the other sulfur on the map. So like this is already, it doesn't have a name, but it's not really central. So this works. That's like the only sulfur in the middle of the map. So fuck it. No, it doesn't even need a name, a number, or a letter. It's just, that's just what it is. So these two combined are central sulfur. No big deal. It's pretty far apart, but you know, like we just mentioned, there's no other place to get them confused with, so it doesn't really matter if it's just the both of them. Because we can have this whole leg will probably be one train, and then it'll probably get swapped over to another train, and then come down. Oh, no, it'll probably be all one big train. Honestly, it'll probably be all one big train. Oh, you know what? It'll be two. It'll be two, because the coal is gonna be a thing. This will be its own train. This is too much coal for, so that'll be its own train, and then 2 sulfur will be its own train as well. So, yeah, I don't mind calling it just one thing. It's gonna simplify some stuff. Obviously, like in game, it's gonna be like probably A and B. You know, yeah. Honestly, we'll just do that. Just to A and B. Easy. So that's what casings is receiving. Oh, it's also receiving 2,133 copper ingots per minute. So 2,133 per minute of copper ingots from bauxites A. Okay, and now sending. It's going to be sending what? It's sending coal, and it's sending sulfur. Because casings is sending 408 per minute of sulfur, and 448 per minute of casings by drone to nuclear. Right? It's also sending 167 per minute of bauxite to batteries. And it's also sending 2,720 per minute of casings to fused frames. No. Yeah, fused frames, because that is for radio control units. But so this is now fused frames needs a new name. So we'll probably we'll probably split up, but the whole area needs a name, and then from there the area can be shipped into, you know, we'll specify it later. So the whole area where we're making thermal propulsion rockets and radio control units and fused frames and pressure conversion cubes. Maybe we'll oh, you know what, we can call it Spaceball 1. We can call it Spaceball 1 because it's the space elevator parts. That's what we're making there. Making space elevator parts, so Spaceball 1. And so then we'll note what Spaceball 1 is making, because Spaceball 1 is obviously too ambiguous. So the casings are being sent to all the different places. So the casings are being used by batteries, which we handled. Those casings are being shipped off, which means these are the only casings left for radio control units, so that's easy. Those are going there for radio control units, because that's all the casings that we're making in the game. And then ingots have to get shipped as well, because ingots are made for heat sinks. So that's an ingot 1 thing though, because we're only making casings at casings, and then the rest are ingots that we already have noted from ingot 1 being shipped down. We didn't write that down yet here though, but so yeah, so it's sending, let's double check with casings over here. So casings is droning that to nuclear, awesome. Shipping that, awesome. And it will be shipping, and it's sending out bauxite and coal to ingot 1. I think that's the last note for casings. Oh, substation A is, so it's receiving stuff from substation A. Okay. Yeah, that's gone. That's not a thing. Substation B will be shipping stuff to Ingot 1. Okay. Substation C, shipping to Ingot 1. West Central Coal, Bauxite Highway, casings, sending that. Sulfur D, Sulfur D1 and D2. Yeah, that's what we were calling it before, but that's now not the name. Coal B was the thing. This is now Central Coal, Central Sulfur Station A and B. There we go. Yeah, so then we have to note this, and that should be the last thing about what casings is doing. So that's everything that it's receiving. Right, I think we noted what it was receiving already. So it's so it's receiving all that, it's sending out this, it's sending out that, the 167 bauxite, and it's sending out it's 457 per minute of bauxites, and how much coal? How much was it? 2,600 per minute of coal. 2,600 per minute of coal to Ingot 1. Okay. And then Ingot 1 is producing a good amount of stuff. It's producing 1,851 plus 750 plus 3,625 ingots. Wow. I might need to break up Ingot 1 into two different things. I might need to make Ingot 1 and Ingot 2. Yeah, that might need to be a thing. That might need to be a thing. Ingot 2 turned into casings. Casings turned into batteries. There was a reason I had it in two different stations, because making 5,000 ingots per minute is a fucking lot. And that's a lot of infrastructure. It's a lot of infrastructure, which I was trying to avoid making. So that might be the route here. Let's get rid of some clutter. I think we're done with sulfur anyway. Not quite. Yeah, we finished with sulfur. We're fine. Coal is gonna matter. Copper doesn't matter. Iron doesn't matter. Not right now. We'll get rid of the coal too. So we already know that we have a train loop within this bauxite belt. So we're making some stuff here. We're making some stuff here. We're making some stuff here. But maybe we need to open up a third location here. There is a good amount of coal on this end, actually. The issue is sulfur, but there's some stuff that we don't need sulfur for. There's a certain amount of ingots that we're making that we're not using sulfur. So if we look at this save here, we can tell that 4,400 bauxite per minute is not being used with sulfur. So I can now block off 4,400 per minute, which is basically not... Oh, this is more than this area. This is more than this area. This is 2,400 here. This is another 600 here. That's 3,000 in this area. Plus this, that's 1,200. So this is now 4,200 in this loop alone, which is already not enough. And all of that is going to get made with the alumina solution method and water. And I have a shitload of water right here. So I think it might be time to convert this bauxite stop here into Ingot 2. And convert this into Ingot 2 and make all of the non-sulfur bauxite on this end, or at the very least, I can't. I could make the scrap here. I could run all 4,200 of this alumina into scrap and avoid the massive water and infrastructure that all of that would require over here. And then I could send the scrap. Why would I send scrap? I'd be making ingot. Why would I? Scrap is twice as much as, you know, it's a 2-to-1 recipe for scrap to ingots. So why would I send twice as much material? The main thing would be to save infrastructure, but it's way more trains. So that's going to be that's the interesting part, is getting that down, because it's going to be a pain in the ass. So if I keep the rail line the same way, I still send this to here, I still send this to here. Actually, it wouldn't make any sense to send it to here, would it? It would make more sense just to send it here. It really would. Or this could even just come down here and be part of the other factory, because it's going to be a massive area to produce all this. So this bauxite node could just come down here. It wouldn't have to be sent anywhere. It'd just be shipped down into this area. Yeah, that might be what. Or I just kind of, I think I'm going to make a new dot here as ingot 2. And we're going to ship this is going to go away. That line still happen. And that works out fine. So that'll be ingot 2. We'll have to take advantage of all this water, because none of this is going to use any sulfur whatsoever. So it's just a lot. It's just a lot of 4,200 bauxite all getting processed in the same spot is going to make 4,200 ingots per minute in just this one area, which is almost everything that we need, right? Because if we have 1851 and 750 and 3625, then 4,200 of that will be made here, and then 2,000 has to get made over here. So not quite an even split, but there's not as much water in this area, so this is pretty water heavy, which is good. But it also means that if we're making 4,200 ingots, that would mean twice as much scrap, which is why I don't want to, you know, ship scrap, because it's 8,000 per minute, and scrap stacks in the same amount as ingots. It's just more infrastructure. Alumina scrap should be somewhere facing quartz. Oh, alumina scrap stacks in 500. Oh, okay. Ingot stack in 100. Scrap stacks in 500. Oh, 16.8 stacks. That's doable. That's really doable. Okay. Okay. So new plan. New plan. We ship we go to no, that's too big. That's too big of a loop. Okay, hold on. So new plan. I make scrap here and then send the scrap away to a different place to be processed into ingots. Right? So this coal node is in the middle of nowhere, and that's a horrible place. It just needs to be I don't want to. Okay, hold on here. How do I make this work? I don't need the coal. I don't need to worry about the coal. How do I make this work? So all of this bauxite is getting produced and mixed, right? Or do I only do these 3 and send this one back this way? Right? Because that would now be 3,000 here, which would be closer to that mix that we needed before, because the total amount was 6,222. It would be 3,200 here, 3,000 here, but not. It's the water. There's just not enough. I'm worried about water on this end. Like, there's some good stuff up here, but I'm worried about that for sure. Because this is definitely where I should have. This is where ingot 1 should be, is actually up here. This should be ingot 1 for all the water. So what if I made... If I made all of this into scrap on the west coast, and then I brought this all the way in, I brought the scrap in here to what I'm calling ingot 1, and then just have ingot 1 be converting scrap into ingots, right? Just smelting it, nothing crazy. And then up top at ingot 2, where all the water is where I would mix it with the sulfur that's getting droned in and do all the other stuff that I need to get this to work up there. And then ingot 2 would be what's receiving the bauxite from casings. So all of, or I can just keep this, I can just keep that as ingot 1 and then call this one ingot 2. And then there's less writing that I have to do. So if I change the top bauxite 1 to ingot 1, and then I make the, what we've been calling ingot 1 into ingot 2, then all this, the shipping info is the same. I don't have to change any names. And then on the very west coast, what I had just called ingot 2 a second ago, this area down here on the beach, this can become scrap 1. Or really, this is the only place that does scrap, so this can just be called scrap. And so now I have a more contained train loop, because now scrap can come by and pick up all of this stuff and go from there, because now we have a train loop that goes from this wouldn't even be a train loop, this would just be this being used down here. This would have a train loop that would eventually go down to here. So this box stays the same with all the coal, because I'll probably need some coal. So this stays the same, except this is now a little bit different, where these two don't connect. This just comes straight down. These two still connect, those coal plants still connect, and it all comes in a circle here, because I think I still need coal when I'm making, yeah, I still need coal. I just don't need as much. I only need about 2,000 coal. And then this needs a lot more coal, but this isn't as much as you think it is. So I think it's only 1,200 actually now, what's left, because I'm not sending any sulfur out from casings. So it should be just 1,200 sulfuric acid that's left, which means I need 2,400 coal on ingot 2. So ingot 2 needs 20. Sorry, that would be ingot 1. Ingot 1 needs 2,400 coal, and there's 3,000 of it on this loop. So if I just don't pick up this, then that's exactly 2,400. So this and that would be 2,400. This 600 can come back this way. This 600 can come back this way, and then we're chilling. So I just have a straight line train that goes here. This, oh, you know what? No, yeah, I can still pick this up. If it's going to loop around this way, it can still pick it up. I was going to say that's not really totally going to work. But I could have a straight line train here and then a straight line train here, and not have to go around the entire loop, and that would actually save time. But there's not enough, like, I could get one train to go around the whole thing and it should be fine. Even with that throughput, it should be totally fine. And I can just toss on an extra engine to make it go faster. So I could have like a 2-engine, 6-train car that does plenty. And that could go around, no problem. So it can just stop at everything. It won't be that big a deal. The trains are pretty quick. And if I need to, I can always break it up into 2 straight lines. Because what do I need for 1640? Oh, that's interesting. 1640, that's not enough for 1640. But there's hella coal over here, right? This is already on a train line for this 600. And this only needs 2,400 coal, right? Yeah. If this only needs 2,400 coal, then this is one of them. This is one of them, because it is on that line. I have to get this bauxite. So this is 900 here. Plus, that's not really enough. Yeah. Huh. There's no coal getting shipped back this way. Okay. Do I just not have enough coal in the area then? That's weird. I need 2,400 and 1640. So I need 4,040 coal from the area. And this is 300. And that's minus 900 to get this. That's minus another 1200, minus 600, minus 1200, and minus 600. Yeah, that's plenty. Yeah, there is enough in the area. It just has to get split kind of funny between all of this. So this comes up, this comes up. That's 900 for this area here. And then this 1200 has to come in. So that would be 900 plus 1200, which is 2100. And then some of this and some of that has to get brought back. Or I can just not touch the 300 node. And now, yeah, then one of these nodes just comes in down this way. Which it would be weird. Oh, that's annoying. Yeah, okay. So this looks like it's closer. And if I did, I could create a new line. Nah, that'd be weird. It might as well just come all the way around. But I could save some time by not going up that way on this rail line. If I had this one come down to here, because this looks like it's closer than that one. I could have this trail line go all the way up, come all the way down, grab this one too, and then that would be ingot 2 in this big, like, weird shape here. And then the rest would be over here, but then this isn't enough coal, is it? Oh yeah, that's 1800. That's plenty. That would be enough as 1800. Okay. So that makes it work. That makes it work if I split it back up that way. And then do I just... Oh. Yeah, I know what I do. If I get rid of that rail line up here, it doesn't need to be a loop. So if I get rid of the rail line between the coal up top and the bauxite up top, then that fixes it. And then it just goes... The train would just go up to, you know... Or I could even have it skip this bauxite and go straight to the coal. Yeah, because those lines don't have to connect at all. So why would I go from coal to coal? Oh, they do. No, they do need to connect. They need to connect for throughput. To send everything over. So these two lines still need to connect so that I can have a more direct line into the ingots. So this line still has to exist. This train line doesn't. That doesn't have to. This can go up and then back around and loop this way. So this train is going to go from here up to here, and then it's going to have to go up to here and then back and then all the way over and back. I'm not loving that. I am not loving that. So what I might do is I might create I might split this up where maybe I do have a line here and I have a train go get this and then bring it down to consolidate, and then I have another train go get this and come back and go back and forth like this, and then the output train would go from here all the way out to here to output the casings all the way to here. And then this coal line would go from here down, down, up, and back. So that might be the plan. Or maybe I disconnect this train line. This line, and then this would be one train, that would be another. Yeah, I think that's going to be the plan. So let's do that. So we now have ingot 1, ingot 2. Ingot 1 is going to be producing the remaining ingots from the 1851, the 750, and the 3625, minus 4200 of that. So it's going to be producing 2000s and 26 per minute of aluminum ingots. And that is all this thing has to do. That is its entire job. Now, all of that is going to get sent to fuse frames, basically. Well, not all of it. Some of it's going to get sent to casings, and then the rest is going to get sent to fuse frames. Or rather, we'll send all of it to ingot 2, and then ingot 2 can distribute between the both of them. That'll be the easiest way. So it's going to be producing that. It's going to be receiving from casings, because it's receiving 2,600 per minute of coal. Does it even need that? Oh shoot, yeah, that's a good point, huh? This is receiving 2,600 per minute of coal from the thing, and that's more than it needs. It only needs 2,400 per minute. So if I'm sending it coal from here, because this coal is making its way all the way over to ingot 2, then I don't need this weird ass train line to go get this coal up here. So that whole node doesn't have to exist. I don't have to worry about that coal node. I can pretend it doesn't exist. And then I also don't have to stop along this line for coal. Except this does have to stop for coal, but I don't have to get that coal, or this coal, or that coal, because I'm getting everything I need from here. But this is also why I used to only get the 600 per minute from this train instead of the whole 4,200, because that is, you know, I could get it from all of this, so why would I get it from here? And I think the thought was maybe to save it, because there's some iron next door, that this was eventually going to become steel. That might have been the plan. That might have been the plan. But I don't know how much more steel I need. I'm already creating a good amount of steel for steel ingots. And it's all steel pipes and steel beams. I haven't really covered much that uses steel beams. The screws don't need that many. That's almost all. No, it's not almost all of them, though. That doesn't need that many. The versatile framework needs a lot. So that might be where I make versatile framework, because there's so much steel. There's 5,400 steel ingots there. And I do need 29,000. I've only made 10,400 in the other areas. That's another 5,400 in that area alone of steel ingots. So maybe I do leave that alone. Maybe I don't ship that much coal. Yeah, that changes things, though. Maybe I do leave that alone. So I leave this coal alone up here and let that become steel. And I ship 600 per minute with the sulfur. 600 per minute with the sulfur. So this is going to change some stuff. So casings is now... Oh, which is... Well, so this was... Yeah. So it's receiving that many ingots from ingot 2, not ingot 1. It's receiving 600 per minute of coal from coal B. Yeah. Okay. And then it's not sending any coal. So it is now not sending that coal at all. So it's sending bauxite. It's just not sending coal. Which also means, how much coal does this place need? It's only getting 600 now. So this now needs to be receiving coal from somewhere else, which might mean that 300 node here that we talked about before. This might need to make its way up into this. So this 300 coal node is going to have to go to ingot 2, and then from ingot 2, it's going to need to go over to there to get it to work. Because I'm now needing that. So of the casings, I was making 3,071 casings. So that was here, I'll just do this. 3,170 casings is 4,227 ingots. That was minus 1851. So I'm making 2,376 ingots out of this method. Which means twice as much scrap. Which means divided by 6 sulfur. That's 69. 792. Which means 1,600 coal. So I need another 1,000. I need another 1,000 coal per minute from this area of the map to make that work, which now means I do have to go up and get that because this is being used. So I need 1,000 coal plus whatever this needs, which was 2,400. So now I need 3,400 coal from this area without touching those. So I don't know if there's enough here. That's 1,200, 2,400, and then that makes it 2,700, and there we are. Because I now need 3,400, so I'm at 2,900 out of 3,400, which isn't enough. Okay. Yeah. So I do have to touch some of that coal. Some of that coal. So not all of it can get made into steel. So if I take another 1,200 from here, then I'm fine, and all this is exactly the way it was. Well, not exactly. Well, yeah, because I have to take 2,400 from this area, and there's 2,400 from this area. That's 2,400 right there. So if that just means I have to get those nodes up here. That train line goes back. I do have to touch that coal. I do have to touch that. I do have to touch that. Yeah, so that just kind of goes back to where it was. And then I just take another 1,000 coal per minute from up here to make it 1,600 per minute down from this, and then turn that 2,600 per minute of coal into steel. And then that can maybe turn into versatile framework if that's enough steel. Should be enough steel to make versatile framework, and then versatile framework can get shipped wherever that needs to go from there. So that will have to be the plan. So oh, whoops, that's Adobe Creative Cloud. No thank you. So yeah, the casings needs to receive 1,600 per minute of coal from coal B. That has to be a thing. And then ingot 1 is receiving it is receiving coal, but it's not receiving that much coal, and it's 2,400 per minute of coal. And this is what I was calling the highway over here a minute ago. What was it? The name? The West Central Coal. That's what I was calling this before from West Central Coal. And that is made up of three different coal nodes, as well as what was being described before. Actually, this is 1,800 per minute from West Central Coal, and right, yeah. 1,800 per minute from West Central Coal, and then 600 per minute from this would be called Coal C. 600 per minute. Per minutes from Coal C. Whoops. So this box note. And this is the West Central Coal, which is those three coal lines as well. And it's not getting the bauxite. This is skipping past the bauxite, just getting the coal stations along the way. And that is ingot 1. It is receiving 1,800 minute coal from West Central Coal. It's also receiving 1,200 per minute of sulfur from by drone from South sulfur A and B. So there's that. And then it's not receiving anything else. Oh, it's receiving bauxite from around the area. It needs bauxite. It needs hella bauxite. So it's receiving 451 bauxite per minute. 457 per minute of bauxite. From casings. There's that. It may not even need that, actually. I might be able to sink that bauxite and not worry about shipping that bauxite at all. What else has ingot 1? This is going to ingot 2. Receiving from ingot 1. No, this is not ingot 1. That's from casings. That's from casings. Sending. Yeah, to batteries. There we go. Oh, I didn't get 1. Casings. And yeah. Yeah, so that's that. So this needs hella bauxite, but it needs 1200 sulfur. So 3600 bauxite, because that's what we're making there, which is actually, so we're actually making 3600 ingots at this area. Yeah, we're actually making 3600, not 2200, because there's 1200 sulfur and that's all being used for aluminum scrap. Because it's not, that 1200 isn't for this and it isn't for batteries. It has to be for this. So we're making 3600 ingots, which means this isn't pretty. Yeah, so that's a weird number. Okay, I don't know why we got that number, which needs 2400 coal, 3600 bauxite. Yeah, and then 1200 sulfur. And we need 3600 bauxite. So this number may not even matter, but let's see how much bauxite's in the area, because we have to hit 3600 as well. So this bauxite node could very easily be coming this way instead of going this way. In fact, more of this bauxite might be coming back this way instead of being made into scrap over here. Because this is coming up from ingot 1. This bauxite's coming this way. So 300 from ingot 1 already, because that's where that node is. This bauxite is next to the coal that is getting shipped out. So this is not available. This is, and this is, which is already 1500. And then this would make it 2100 here. We have 2100 available, plus 3,300, plus another 457. So that is enough, because we have the 457 coming up this way. So we have 457 plus 600 plus 1200 plus another 1200, which is almost enough. And then we have a 300 node here. So that leaves 3757 in this area to be made into aluminum. And that's enough that we don't have to worry about sending extra out to the left. So this bauxite node is now part of this loop and not part of this loop. So this coal and this bauxite is one half, and then this coal and this bauxite is another. So that's pretty easy. That still doesn't change much from the rail lines that we made before. That doesn't change much on rail. It just changes on what's going where. So there's that. It also means that we could produce, we could change the location of ingot 2 over here and make this all ingot 1 again, and then change ingot 2 to here by this coal node and build ingot 2 up here. I don't know if I want to do that though. But otherwise I'm shipping this up here and I have to ship that up there versus shipping this all down to here, because that was kind of the plan before. But we need the water. That's why we need the water. So we'll ship it up. So we'll have to ship that up. And this will just be part of this train line here, where we pick up. Actually, I don't think we even need that coal, do we? I don't think we even touch that fucking coal. 2400. Yeah, we don't touch that coal. So fuck that coal. So that's just a divergent here. So I can scrape off that trail line here, and then this can just meet straight up. I don't need that coal line at fucking all. Straight down. Fuck that coal. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, so this is gonna need a name. This will probably be bauxite B, maybe, is what we'll call that. So we'll do bauxite B. This is actually with silver, so I actually do want raw bauxite. There's no processing to do. It is just straight up grabbing raw bauxite. So we'll call this, this is ingot 2, this is ingot 1. This would be bauxite A, this would be bauxite B. So this would be bauxite B, this would be bauxite C. So, because we already have a bauxite A. So this would be bauxite B, bauxite C, and then the west central coal here. Yeah. So receiving that, and then it would be receiving 12, that was 1200 per minute on, yeah, 1200 per minute from bauxite C. Whoops. There we go. And 300 per minute from ingot 2. And then 1200 per minute. Whoops. Yeah, 1200 per minute from bauxite A. Oh, sorry, bauxite B. There is 600 per minute of bauxites on site. So that is what it would be receiving. So 600 from location, and then all of that. It's getting the coal. It's getting the coal. It's getting the bauxite. It's getting the sulfur, and it's getting the water. And that's all it needs to make scrap and ingots. Because that is the whole recipe. Okay. So that leaves that, which is all of this. And then this still needs 4,400 per minute. This still needs all the coal. Oh, it doesn't need 4,400 per minute because this needs... it's the alumina. It only needs this much alumina solution. This is for both. This is for batteries and for this. Duh. It doesn't need that much. God damn it. Okay, 3,280 is only 2,733 bauxite. So I don't even... Oh, I do need all of this, but I just don't need literally every drop of it. But I still need to hit all three of those. So that doesn't change. Still need all three. So I need 2,733 bauxite. But I'm only making 4,920 scrap, which is going to get shipped out to ingot. Well, no, I don't even need ingot 2 then. Because I can absolutely deal with that from here. That's not even that big a deal. 4,920 scrap is only 2,460 ingots. Like, that's nothing. Because ingot, what do ingots stack in? Ingots stack in what? Do ingots, aluminum ingots stack in 100. Oh, that's actually a surprising amount more. That's 24 stacks versus if I just deal with the 4,000, what was it? 4,920. You know, that times 2 divided by 500. That's only 9.84 stacks compared to the 24.6 stacks. So it actually is better to keep doing what I was doing and send out the scrap on its own and do that. So let me go back to the everything tab and undo that little bit so I don't ruin my math here. So I still need the 2,000 coal. That's still a thing. This is a separate calculation. I still need almost 1,500 water basically, and the 1,500 coal. And I'll send out the scrap. I'll still smelt it at ingot 2. Then that's another 2,000 and something ingots that I'm making from there. And then all of the ingots will come from ingot 2 and distribute from ingot 2 from there. So that'll be how we handle that. So this is all doing a thing. This is all fine. It's producing 3600 per minute of aluminum ingots. This is only sending those ingots. There should be nothing else at this location that it's sending, so it should be sending all of those ingots at 3600 per minute to ingot 2, and then ingot 2 will act as a distributor because we have it going to 2 different locations. So that handles ingot 1. Now let's double check ingot 2. Now we're starting ingot 2, because ingot 2 is going to be a whole thing. Also, hi, welcome to the stream. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. I did that wrong. I literally did that wrong. That's awesome. Okay, cool. That did a thing. That did a thing. Perfect. And I'm just going to go ahead and copy this down to here so that I can get it to do the thing that I like it to do. Come on. Nope, not. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. So now that'll do the thing. This is going to be producing 4920 divided by 2, so 2,460 per minute of aluminum ingots. If you have any questions, let me know. More than happy to answer questions and stuff. If you would like to follow along on the Discord, there's a bot command for !Discord. And I have the old version of the map. It's been updated quite a bit now. And we added a lot of trains, but there's different Satisfactory maps you can print out yourself if you want to, you know, draw actual like train lines and stuff ahead of time. I've got a copy right now that I'm working on that I'm adding in train lines for basically the rest of the bauxite and all of that. So that's what I've been working on today. This map will also be updated and posted in the Discord again later today, so you can check back tomorrow for sure. And be ready for the next stream, which we're going to be doing tomorrow to do the same thing. So if you feel like following along, or you want to know more, or you can, that way you can help me if I make mistakes too. Have an extra set of eyes isn't bad. So if you go, wait, you dumb fuck, you already did that yesterday, don't you go wasting time on me, you know, like that kind of thing. So you can help me out a little bit as well. And then we obviously have the massive Excel document and all this kind of stuff that we've been working off of. The interactive map is my savior. I love this so much. I only have like 250 hours in the game, so I don't know this by heart like at all. Like I just don't have the experience on the game to know where all this stuff is. So to be able to see like everything is just like perfect. I love it. So anyway, we are going to keep rolling because now we need ingot 2, and ingot 2 will be producing that much, and this is basically only receiving scrap. It's a pretty simple station, producing that many ingots and receiving 4,920 per minute of scrap. And this is going to be from scrap. Actually, that's what that's called. Station is called scrap. So it's going to be producing that. Oh, actually, it's going to be receiving 3,600 per minute of aluminum ingots as well from ingot 1. So there's that. Okay. And then, oh, I need to export videos from my Twitch to my VOD channel on YouTube. I got to do that. Anyway, we are gonna keep chugging here. We're almost done with the aluminum section. So once we hit a wrap on bauxite, we're gonna call that a day, and we're gonna end the stream and finish there. And then I'll do some more work behind the scenes, updating the maps and writing out some names and stuff. And we have to deal with crystal oscillators, and we have to deal with fused frames and all. That's going to be a huge thing. Fused frames is tomorrow, to deal with what's being made at fused frames and where, because that's a massive place. I'm going to have to try to spread that out a bit. I might make some stuff at modular engines and then train it back. I might. It's going to come down to how many train cars it all takes too, because I don't want to have to use multiple trains per train multiple engines per train if I can avoid it. So if I can get away with just one train car, then I want to do that. but the more train cars you have, the faster they accelerate. So sorry, the more engines you have, the faster it accelerates those cars. So it makes it like a little bit faster. The max speed doesn't increase or anything, but it just helps with acceleration to make them reach that top speed sooner, depending on it, and may help them go faster up hills as well. So if you have a lot of uphill and it's taking a long time, add another train. But anyway, aluminum ingots from ingot 1. Perfect. I might even take a break tomorrow because Thursday I'm gonna have to stream with a new friend, and my throat's been getting a little sore, and I'm pretty sure it's from all the talking. So I think I'm gonna take tomorrow off to let my throat rest, so that Thursday I can stream with the new person and with you guys, maybe Thursday morning, and go from there. Because we'll play it by ear. If I seem like I've recovered enough tomorrow, then I'll throw in a stream. But just don't be surprised if I take tomorrow off, because I want to make sure that I'm ready to go and can talk and be active and social with the new crowd. So, and hopefully you guys like it too. I really hope you guys are gonna enjoy that stream with Sapa the Goat. He seems really nice and pretty funny. We get along pretty well. So I am looking forward to that. So we'll be dealing with that at some point. So we might take tomorrow off just to make sure that I'm like peak ready for Sapa. May not need to, but we might. It's 3 o'clock. How's GameStop doing? 191. Wow. Of course it did. Of course it did. That's ludicrous. Absolutely ludicrous. I almost bought here too. I almost got a call option. God damn it. That's really annoying. One day. 2 days. In 2 days, it went up $30. Because it's just that shorted. I saw this coming. I absolutely saw this coming. And I didn't bet it because it was too much money. And it was responsible to not bet it. But it's still annoying to see it happen. Because I did the responsible thing. But that also means I just missed out on like $3,000. So that's fun. But it was the responsible thing to do. But I definitely missed out on at least 3,000, maybe even 5. Maybe even 5. So that's fun. Anyway. Not worried about that. Let's check the Discord real quick too, just make sure that we're up to date. Yeah, no one came by, but that's fine. Okay, cool. If anyone had any questions and stuff that they typed there, I would have answered it now, but they didn't. So let's get back to ingot 2. Okay, ingot 2 is producing ingots and receiving scrap, which is how it's producing the ingots, and it's receiving receiving that ingots from ingot 1, and then it's sending out ingots. So it's sending 1851 per minute to aluminum ingots, rather. This is sending it to casings. And then it needs to send the rest, which is 750 and 3625, which is 4,375, Jesus Christ, per minute of aluminum ingots. Two fused frames, which is gonna have a new name. Oh, it already has a new name. It's Spaceball 1. Spaceball 1. There we go. Already has a new name. Spaceball 1. So we're shipping casings to Spaceball 1. We're shipping ingots to Spaceball 1. And then Spaceball 1 is making a fuckload of things. But that is all that Ingot 2 should be doing. So there's that. Next we have scrap, which we are going to go over as well. So scrap is producing 4,920 per minute of aluminum scrap. It is receiving how much per minute? I think it was 3,600, 24, 3,000. 3,000 per minute of bauxites from the bauxite highway. And 1,800 per minute of coal from, this is now a new coal line as well, so we're gonna call this West Coal. We'll call it West Coast Coal. I don't think there's any. Yeah, there's a little bit of coal here, but this is being combined with steel at substation. This is called substation steel. So, and that's kind of the only coal that we're dealing with. I don't think we need to deal with that coal at all. And this is pretty close to crystal oscillators, so I don't think we need that coal, but we can call this West Coast Coal and it'll be okay. Or maybe we can call this West River Coal, just in case. Okay. And then that's it, because I mean the recipe is just, you know, water, bauxite, done, and then coal, alumina solution, water, done, and then that scrap gets shipped out. So that's basically it. That's all this does. It just receives coal and bauxite, turns it into alumina scrap. That scrap gets sent out to be turned with an alternate recipe from 2 scraps and 1 ingot, and that's happening in ingot 2. That gets shipped around and does everything that it needs to do over there. And then the only thing left today that we touched on was Spaceball 1 and the crystal oscillators. We have to find a way to make the crystal oscillators and the right amount, because we don't have quite enough quartz there. We have to get 2 different quartz lines to come together at the bottom of the map and get those to meet somewhere probably in the middle, or very, very likely from west to east, because the east is where it's needed in the first place. So we'll probably ship this quartz this quartz here in the west. This quartz, this 2400, is gonna have to get shipped basically all the way down and through here to this quartz, because this quartz is like right next to fused frames. This is Spaceball 1. Basically this whole area here is now Spaceball 1, and Spaceball 1 is going to make a fuckload of things that we're going to have to try to divvy up where it's getting made, because Spaceball 1 has to make heavy modular frames, fused modular frames, pressure conversion cubes, crystal oscillators, radio control units, whole bunch of stuff. So this is where what we have Spaceball 1 making is becoming a problem. So we're going to detail Spaceball 1 as what it's producing, and then we're going to end, because we don't want to get into everything else. It's just going to take too long. So producing... it's going to be producing... Actually, let me go through and put the things there on everything, just to keep the format consistent. Come here. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, almost. One more. Perfect. Producing... fused, how many per minute? 72.5. All right, 72.5 per minute of fused modular frames. It's also going to be producing 72.5, but it would probably do math over 3, but 72.5 per minute of heavy modular frames. We're not going to make all the heavy modular frames. We're just going to make enough to do what we need to do here. And if it's going to produce that, then the next question is it going to make modular frames here? Because we do need modular frames for versatile framework. But we need 460 per minute up just for that. Then the rest are for versatile framework. Yeah. I don't know about that. We're gonna have to ship in that. We might even ship in heavy modular frames. That might be the plan here. I don't know if we're gonna make heavy modular frames. We might need to ship in heavy modular frames, so that's gonna have to wait, because I don't know why we thought we were gonna do that here. We are gonna make cooling systems. That's gonna be a thing because it has nitrogen gas, and we have enough nitrogen gas to make the nitric acid, which is 580 times 6, I want to say, for nitric acid, times 4. So 2320 plus another 900 is only 3220, and we have more than that on that resource well here. So they're 300 each, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, that's only 3,000. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that's only 3,000. I'm 220 short. So where was I? Oh, was I gonna make it down here? That might have been where I was gonna make it. That's already next to stuff that I'm making, because there's oil over here too. So was I gonna make? Oh, that makes sense then, because if I make the heat sinks down, no, what was it? Cooling systems. The cooling systems need that, and it needs the motors, which are getting shipped from over there too. So that would make sense. So if I make cooling systems down there by the oil with that nitrogen gas, I can make the heat sinks down there too, because that's where the oh no, the rubber is. That's the other thing. The rubber is by scrap. There's there's oil over here on the coast. Oh, it's not a well. It's a node. Oh, hold on. Actually, let me double check. Yeah, it was down there. Okay. Or it's over here. Oh, wait a minute. I'm developing near here. I'm just right there. I'm pretty close by. And then this is the rubber too, because the rubber's right here, right? That's where the oil is. There's oil here for the rubber, the 570 per minute rubber. The nitrogen gas is right here. I need 900 of that. That's easy. That's only 2 pipes in order to make the cooling systems. And then cooling systems need motors, heat sinks. The motors and heat sinks are not that far off. I could make cooling systems over there, or honestly, I could ship nitrogen gas. I could ship the nitrogen gas and the rubber from this area over here. I could pipe the 600 gas up here, and then through casings, I can ship everything. So I already have a train line right here, right? So this is the West Oil over here. I think this is West Coast Oil, actually. Yeah, that's definitely what I called it. Yeah, that's definitely what I called it. This is the only oil on the West Coast. So West Coast Oil here is producing 570 rubber per minute, and then it's turning everything else into fuel, burning it, and sinking the 30 rubber per minute that I don't need. So there's basically 600 rubber per minute over here. That's gonna get shipped out. So honestly, I'll probably just sink the whole 600 and then let it back up. It doesn't even matter if it backs up. Oh yes, it does. Yes, it does. I'll have an overflow system with an awesome sink, but it does matter if it backs up. Otherwise, this whole process will shut down. So there's that. So then if I piped up, that's a long way to pipe. I could train the nitrogen gas from here to here, and then I could just get all of it. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 2100 gas per minute. a train can very easily put that up to here, and then I just ship the full train of the 2100 or whatever it ends up being all the way out to maybe ingot 2. Or hell, I could just ship it all the way to here. I have yeah, and I could even save time. Or honestly, I could just, because this course is right here, I could save myself even more time and make a new rail line right here. But no, that wouldn't even matter. I'll just probably I can tie into to the coal right here, and then I can skip all of this train track up here, and this will be much faster. So I can tie into these coal lines, probably just this coal line here. That's the closest, looks like it's the closest one, and maybe even the easiest one. And I can tie into this coal line up here. Yeah, that'll be the closest. So if I tie into that coal line up here, that will work. I want to do as few stops as possible because it's the accelerating and decelerating that slows down the train. So although you might think, okay, why don't I just pump this nitrogen gas up here? This having to stop here and then go all the way down, that's not great. So if I can just get the rubber and the nitrogen gas in one area and have three train cars of nitrogen and 1 train car of rubber, then that means I can have a plenty throughput back, because rubber stacks in 200, and then there's 32 stacks in each train car, and I only need 3 stacks of rubber. So that's super easy. 1 train car, even if it takes, minutes, it'll be fine. It won't even ever fill up 1 whole train car. But the nitrogen gas, I'm using 900 per minute, and each train car can only hold 1600. So that's why I want 3 train cars worth of nitrogen, maybe even more, to be able to average that 900 per minute, and why I want to minimize how often it's stopping. Because getting that gas shipped with the rubber is going to be an issue, and then the heat sinks will already be there, because the ingots for the heat sinks are getting shipped to that area already. So the ingots will be there, the rubber will be there, the nitrogen will be there, and then the motors are already there as well, because that's getting shipped from EMCR with the drones, and then I can make cooling systems at that location. So this is where Spaceball 1 will be producing the 75 per minutes of cooling systems. And then real quick, before I forget, I'm going to add in West Coast coal. Sorry, West Coast oil. And get that in the books, because that needs to be a thing. So that will be producing power, of course, 600 per minute of rubber, and 900 per minute is, well, I mean, it'll be producing 2100 per minute of nitrogen gas. And so I should be able to have plenty of nitrogen gas at the ready whenever I need it. So that should be totally fine. So 2100 per minute of nitrogen gas. I might even probably start with less than that, because 2100 is 4 pipes. I could probably do it in 3. I could do 3 pipes of 600 at 1800 per minute of nitrogen gas and not have to run that 4th pipe. And then if I really, really need to, I can run that 4th pipe. But I don't think I will need to. So it's going to do 1800 per minute of nitrogen gas. 1 train car can hold 1600. So basically it means it'll take about 3 minutes for it to fill up all the train cars with nitrogen. And as long as that train loop is about 3 minutes, or it could be more than 3 minutes, because it needs 900. Now it'll have 1600 times 3. So it'll have 4800 divided by 900. That means that train loop can take 5 minutes, which it won't. It shouldn't take 5 minutes. But if it did take 5 minutes, then that's totally fine. If it takes more than 5 1/3 minutes, then I have to add another train car, which means adding another engine. So that should be fine.
Or if it took just over 5 minutes, I could add another train car and that might fix it. But if I added another engine rather versus another, I'd probably add at least one more train car just to be safe, and then I'd definitely be done. So a 2-engine 5-car train might be what this ends up needing, and then I'd have 4 train cars of nitrogen, 1 train car of rubber, and that would be fine. Because at 32 stacks times 200 a stack is 6,400 divided by 600 means that I have 10 minutes. So, rubber is not the limiting factor here. Nitrogen gas is the limiting factor. Frankly, trains are super underpowered for liquids and gases. It is definitely like pipelines are the way to go. Like they definitely want you to be making pipelines. They don't want you to be shipping gases and liquids. It is not efficient at all. It can work, and it's I do it because it's easier than running a pipeline across the entire map. But it is very, very beneficial to just run a pipeline instead. It is 100% more efficient. It needs a lot more effort to do that. So I might run a pipeline since it's 3 pipes. I might run it this way, but it's tempting to put a train here too, just to get to go from there to there, because that could very easily handle it. But yeah, if I'm gonna run a pipeline, it'd just be the 3. And if I run a train station, I'd get all 2,100 of it. But in case I do want to run a pipeline, just because it's not that far, it's pretty far. It's a couple hundred meters. It's pretty far, but it would also save me like frame rate basically in complexity of the save in order to make sure that this like works okay. So I might end up running pipes, which is not like my greatest like idea, but it's the best one for the save if the save is having issues. So we'll have to see. If we can get away with the train, then we'll get away with the train, because I don't want to have to do that. So then that'll make cooling systems, and if this is making cooling systems, then we're making thermal propulsion rockets, because we're making turbo motors then here too, and that was part of the plan. So this is making yes, and then this was sending, yeah, so then it's not receiving anything. West Coast oil, it's not receiving, and then so it's sending 570 per minute of rubber to Spaceball 1. Oh, and 900 per minute to and this is where I want to, even though like it is actually like more than that, I'm going to be sending more than that overall, but my throughput may not be that much per minute. So I want to remind myself what I actually need and then figure out how I can send that. So it's producing, say, 1,800 per minute of nitrogen gas, but I only need to send that 1,800 every 3 minutes, you know, because I need that. Oh, sorry, every 2 minutes. Every 2 minutes I have to send that 1,800. So if I send, you know, whatever I need, like the math that we did before. So I'm producing twice as much as I need, but I'm also really far away. So that's gonna come into transport time and that amount per minute. So to Spaceball 1. And so there we go. There's West Coast Oil coming in for Spaceball 1. And then Spaceball 1 is going to be producing... Oh, there's not really a space there, is there? I haven't been doing that. Okay. That's fine. Whoops. I don't need to bold that. I probably should bold that, but I don't need to. Spaceball 1 producing 72.5 per minute of fused modular frames, 75 per minute of cooling systems, 25 per minute of turbo motors, 25 per minute of thermal propulsion rockets, which is where it gets the name Spaceball 1 from, and which also means it needs to be, it's not going to be making modular engines. Is it? Is it making modular engines? No, because the rubber is down there. So it's going to be sending out motors and bringing back modular engines. So it won't be making modular engines, but it will be making thermal propulsion rockets. And then it also is going to be making pressure conversion cubes, because that's the only other thing that uses fused modular frames.
and then it's also making radio control units. So it's making radio control units, which is I think all 170 of them, right? Are we making, yeah, all 170 radio control units. So all the radio control units per minute of radio control units. This is what this list is getting really long. Control units. This might be too big of a factory, to be honest. And then it's making all of the 47.4 per minute of the pressure conversion cubes. Because the 22.4 is used for your plutonium rod production. And then the other 47, the other 45, 25? The other 25 is for nuclear pasta. And that needs the fused modular frames, which I need to make in this area because that's where all the nitric acid is to make fused modular frames. That's where all the aluminum is. So I probably can't make heavy modular frames here, so I'm gonna need to send them here. I might need to go back to what I was doing before and not make radio control units here, because that is a lot. If I make turbo motors and radio control units, that's a big chunk of this factory. So to not have to make these, and to make those back by computers, and to not have to make these would be a pretty big deal. And then I can handle cooling systems, fused modular frames, thermal propulsion rockets, and pressure conversion cubes. And that would be a bit more manageable. I could also send, it's the throughput's going to be through it's going to be horrible. Because the rubber has to come from here anyway. So I might as well send the nitrogen. The only other thing that I could do is send motors and aluminum this way instead. Oh, actually, I'm producing aluminum scrap here. I could produce ingots there instead. And not send ingot, and just send ingots to ingots 2, not make ingots at ingots 2. And then the only thing I have to send there is motors, which I could drone from Spaceball 1 and then drone back cooling systems. That's a better idea. Yeah, I could drone motors over and then drone back cooling systems. That's really easy. Okay. So if I just make, so how much aluminum do I need? I need for the frames, the heat sinks rather. Heat sinks is what I need to make. Where's heat sinks? Where are you? Where's heat sinks? I'm blind. I am very blind. Heatsink. 750. Okay, well that's a super easy number. So I'll just make the 750 there. No problem. Like at all. No problem at all. It's 1500 scrap that now doesn't have to get moved. So if this scrap, so 1500 of that scrap stays. So it's producing here, receiving that. So it'll be so it'll produce that much scrap. We'll do 4920 minus 1500. So 3420 aluminum scrap and 750 per minute of aluminum ingots. And then I guess it's actually also going to produce heat sinks as well. 187.5 heat sinks. Right? Yeah, 187.5 heat sinks. Oh, actually, I could send it here. And I could send the scrap. No, that's dumb. That's dumb. Well, no, actually, no matter what, huh? Something's got to go somewhere. No matter what, there's a train going back and forth. It's just whether it sends gas or not. And then this way, I don't have to send gas. And this way, it's only 2 pipelines. Because it only has to produce 900 per minute. So it's now down to 2 pipes instead. It's not sending rubber to Spaceball 1. That's now a fucking lie. Producing the 600 rubber, producing the 900 per minute nitrogen gas, and producing 187.5 per minute of heat sinks. And also cooling units, and 75 per minute of cooling units. Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing. Perfect. So it would be receiving 37.5 per minute of motors via drone from Spaceball 1. And 750 per minute of aluminum ingots from scrap. And then scrap would be receiving that. It would be receiving that. It would be sending 3,420 per minute of aluminum scrap to ingot 2, and 750 per minute of aluminum ingots to West Coast Oil. Perfect. West Coast Oil will be producing that and receiving this, and then it will be sending via drone 75 per minute of cooling systems via drone to Spaceball 1. Okay. Yeah, that's a way fucking better idea. Way fucking better idea. Now this isn't making cooling systems, and that was easy as shit. Way less logistics. It can still make everything else that it was making. That doesn't change. We're gonna have to think about the radio control unit part. Little worried about that. I might have Crystal Oscillator making fuse modular, and then if I... Yeah, that's the part though. I'd have to ship out the nitrogen if I don't make heavy. No. I could make the heavies. I could make the heavies somewhere else, right? Because heavies take a lot of steel and iron. So if I made all of this somewhere else, it needs limestone too. Where am I going to get limestone? Limestone's kind of everywhere. It's not usually a problem. But, yeah, okay, so here we go. So here's limestone next to this quartz that I could do that. That might be the play. And there's limestone next to this quartz, too, because this is where I'm going to be making crystal oscillators. I could make crystal oscillators and fuse and heavy modular frames because there's no iron. Okay, never... Fuck, there's no iron. There's limestone down here and hella coal and hella iron that this could be a thing. I am making modular engines down here already, and there is nitrogen gas, which was what I was thinking for cooling systems, but I came up with a way better idea for cooling systems, so I don't have to worry about nitrogen gas. I think we managed that. It's really more... Is there water down there? No, there's no water. Why would it matter? It's a big lake. Why would I care if there's water? Doesn't matter. Yeah, so this might be where we make heavy modular frames, because there's a good amount of coal, there's a good amount of iron. That could be where we do it. But we also have to make modular engines down here, and if we don't make modular engines down there, then I have to make them somewhere else, and that's not really going to go great either in this area. So... there's just not a lot of... Wow, there's like no iron. This is where all the iron is, over here. And way up in here. Where this is that steel that we were talking about by the sulfur. Where this was going to get turned into something else because of how much was there. This is up by... This is... down here is casings. right? This is casings. Oh no, sorry, down here is casings. This is casings, ingot 2, casings, sulfur, and that little bit of coal that we're pulling from. So we're pulling 1,600 per minute of coal, which means there's 2,600 per minute left up there that can get turned into steel. And then that steel can get shipped down to wherever it needs to go as well. So if we don't have enough iron here, then I can ship steel from up here down to here. And that would work. And I can meet in the middle, like to the south here by this iron node. So I already have rail going through that iron node that we said we might need just in case. So if I ship steel from up here to down here, and then on this iron node I can make heavy modular frames, and then ship that back up as well. And we might even make modular engines up there. No, the rubber is going to be over here. So we'll probably make modular engines down here with all of these resources, and then make this work for heavy modular frames, and then ship those back up here for that. So this will just be a new train station called heavy modular frames down here. So we won't. This can't make heavy modular frames, which we don't have listed. And turbo motors, it doesn't have to make. There's a way around that, but then I'd be shipping radio control units out, and then bringing back that, which is honestly kind of better. It's kind of better. If I droned in radio control units, I could drone out turbo motors. Otherwise, I'm droning in motors and rotors and electromagnetic control rods. It's a lot more stuff that I have to drone. So maybe I will go back to making turbo motors at EMCR instead of over here, and I'll just drone in the radio control units that I need and then drone them back. That's kind of a better move. So let's do that. So the 25-minute turbo motors, that's not going to be here. That's going to be, EMCR. And that needs a new name too. But EMCR will do the turbo motors. And so this will still make thermal propulsion rockets. It'll still make the radio control units. It'll still make the fused modular frames and the pressure conversion cubes, because it just makes sense to have it make those things. And then crystal oscillators have to get made too. So that's going to be made basically by Spaceball 1. Not quite, but basically by it, which is a lot of cable and a lot of reinforced plates. So we're going to have to worry about that. How much? I think it was 171 per minute. 141 per minute of crystal oscillators. Because otherwise, if we don't make if we don't do it here, we have to do it out here, and that's the issue of the no iron. There's just no iron in that whole region. So where the fuck am I gonna make it, right? Like, I need this iron, and all this iron down here has to get used for something. So we're gonna be shipping probably iron and other stuff up this way, because we're using steel wire. No, not steel wire. That's an alternate actually that I want in the game. I want a steel wire alternate. That's a thing that I'd be looking forward to. But anyway, we do need to end. So give me 1 minute, and then we're gonna finish up. So 4.5 hours is long enough for anyone. So I think we need to we need to go ahead and call this an end to the day. I think we had a really productive day. This is a lot more double checking and a lot more fixing than I thought we were gonna do. So I will go ahead and write down these changes on the main map again, and I'll post that in the Discord and let you guys have the new updated version of the map that you guys can print off and go from again as well, if you'd like to follow along, and so that we can be on the same page. Or even if it's just nice to have this in front of you, regardless of like if you're plotting down points with me or not, just to be able to like have a visual about what the fuck I'm talking about, because I have it in my head, but I know you guys aren't quite there yet. So that's kind of why I feel like this is nice to have that thing to look at and hold on to and go, oh yeah, that was being made there, that was being made there, that was being made there, and so on and so forth. And so we're also coming up into like the point where I can start writing more names directly in the place, because we're starting to realize where and how we're making everything and what we're going to be making in the area to begin with. And so now I know like where there's empty spots on the page for me to like write stuff down without it getting completely fucked. Because we don't have like none of that's over here. There's no uranium over, you know, like that. Oh, there's uranium over here. Okay, that's gonna be interesting. This is pretty close by, actually. Wow, that's surprising. That's really close by. That looks like it's in a cave. I think this is a cave in here, so that's not like it's close enough that it's gonna kill me. This is really close. I think that's probably in a cave too. But that's really close to all this. Not close enough that it's gonna get like radiated, but that's really close. And wow, that's really close too. So we're gonna have some infrastructure nearby that we can run power. That's what I'm worried about mostly, is power. So now we can run power to all of that. That's kind of great because we're gonna have stuff nearby. And there's, yeah, there we go. So there's the uranium. How many? There's 4. Yeah. So that was 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's all the uranium. So this is the last one up here. This one we don't have any infrastructure next to. This one I actually already found as well when I was roaming around doing hard drive hunting. But we have some infrastructure. This is EMCR. There's some infrastructure nearby. There's a coal plant up here, kind of. So there's some infrastructure nearby to run up here. We're kind of touching almost every bit of the map here, so it's going to be kind of hard to not. This is the big oil coast. This is where all the plastic's going to get made, and then the plastic's going to get shipped from this corner all the way down here into computers, because that's going to be making circuit boards, which I need to double check. The fuck am I? Yeah, high-speed connectors. So that's already being taken care of, and then computers. That's being taken care of at computers. And then there's one more thing, adaptive control units, which is also being taken care of. That's its own section up here. That's adaptive control units, and that has to get mixed with supercomputers to make the things. What are they called? Assembly director systems. So 100 per minute of those are going to have to get droned down into Silicon Valley in order to make adaptive control units in Silicon Valley. And then maybe we'll change Spaceball 1 to a different name so that Spaceball 1 can be where the space elevator is, because that would be nice. I don't think I'm gonna have the space elevator in that area where all that stuff is being made. So maybe we'll change Spaceball 1 to something else, because I would like Spaceball 1 to be like the home, but this is still space elevator parts. So why don't we call this Space Jam? There we go. So Space Jam is where all the other space elevator parts are going to get made, and then Spaceball 1 is the space elevator, which makes sense because it's like the space elevator is like obscenely long, and so is Spaceball 1. So like that, I like that. Just in case you're like, well, why don't you call Space Jam where you have the elevator? Because Spaceball 1 is really fucking long, and it's, you know, that's part of the joke. And then so is the space elevator. The space elevator is really fucking tall. So there we go. Logical reason to have the space elevator be called Spaceball 1. Okay, there we go. So this is now everything that's the Spaceball 1 is now Space Jam. I just love making work for myself. It's just it's the greatest thing ever. I love it so much. Okay. Spaceball 1 is now Space Jam. Okay. Space Jam. What flavor is the Space Jam? Raspberry. Okay. And so that's, I think, a much better compression of all of this crap that is now basically Ron. I think most of that's now almost all Ron, which is fun. So, yeah, this is all changed. This is all changed. Well, not all changed. Let's just go through. Let's just double check what has actually changed, right? This is, this hasn't changed. That is still very much a thing. So I don't think what that was going to. This is now not ingot 1, right? Oh no, it is ingot 1. Yeah, it's still ingot 1. So yeah, it's noted here. Sulfur by drone. So ingot 1, we're chilling. That can go away. Weast sulfur A and Weast sulfur B, using 3 drones. That I actually don't think is. Oh no, we did that up here. Yeah. And then we'll put oh no, this is just receiving. Oh no, it's sending. Yeah, sending 2400 per minute of sulfur to bauxite A, and 600 per minute of copper ore to Weast sulfur A. Perfect. Okay. So there's that. So this is all great. And then this is trains that now doesn't matter. Sulfur B will be shipping to batteries. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. That 2400 is going to go straight there, huh? Doesn't need to go to bauxite A. Because it's saying this was going to be a straight line all the way to batteries. Okay, good point. Batteries. And then bauxite A is going to be producing the copper powder and the copper ingots. And then, oh, this is also sending 130 per minute of copper powder. To whoops whoops, there we go. Nope, that still didn't do it. Thank you. Weast sulfur A, and this is also, yeah, and so then this is sending 130 per minute of copper powder to Weast sulfur A. Oh, B. Okay. There's that, and then we're also sending 2800 per minute of copper ingots to batteries. Yeah, batteries. Cool. Okay. So that handles that. Bauxite 1 will be shipping bauxite and copper ingots to batteries at a rate of 21 per minute and 2800 per minute. Is it shooting both? It is shooting both, isn't it? Yeah. Let's double check the bauxite 1 even has that listed. Bauxite A. Yeah, okay. It's not even listed. I'm dumb. It's not even telling me like what it actually makes. 2100 per minute of bauxite and 2100 per minute of bauxite. To this is I think batteries. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. It's doing that. Oh, you need the thing. Oh. One sec, guys. Okay. So, there's that. Okay. We're gonna have to speed up a teeny bit here. Let's see. So that's doing that. Copper A, B, and C. Yo, so this is the stuff that we don't have. That's definitely not there. And that's yeah. So and that's now bauxite A. Copper A, B, C. So this can come up to be part of this. In this area here, we'll go there. And so we have copper A, B, and C. So this is producing 1800 per minute of copper ore and 900 per minute of iron ore to bauxite A. Chip to bauxite A, which will be made into 2800 per minute of copper ingots and 130 per minute of copper powder. Perfect. Nice and easy. Coal A. I think we have coal A as a station. Or I think we have at least coal A mentioned in batteries. Yeah, we have it mentioned in batteries, so that's fine. No big deal. Casings, we already have, I think we have that knocked out in casings already with it being shipped to nuclear. Yes, that's being shipped to nuclear. We have the bauxite going to batteries. We have that bauxite, and we don't have the coal is raw. We're not sending that much coal, so that should be fine. Yeah, water A we don't have into casings. Are we shipping that water into casings? I think we are. I guess we are. And anything else? Yeah, nothing else that we're making on all of that needs water. It's just the aluminum needs water up in casings. So we had a small train going from here to here to help with actually here to here actually to help with water consumption for turning all that stuff into ingots, because I do need some water. So that's that was for that. I think we were going to be, we might even pipeline this. I don't even think that we're going to worry about it, but it is for casings as well. But I'm not certain that we're too worried about this. Producing 100 water per minute.
1800 per minute of water. Sending water as needed to casings. I don't know what the flow rate is that we need, and it doesn't matter because I either use all of it or I use some of it. So we can figure that out later. That number doesn't matter right now, but we do know that we have 1800 per minute, which should be more than enough because the system for creating aluminum also creates water. So water as needed means that I may not even need to do this at all. I may be able to pull from the ocean and then recycle water in the system easier than I can do this because I can't dump water. The only way I can get rid of excess water is if I mix it with limestone and turn it into wet concrete and then dump the wet concrete. So given that there's no limestone in the area, I need to be like on top of that water usage and making sure that it goes into the right spot because there's no way to get rid of it once I have it. So, or I can package it. But then I'd have to have some kind of plastic nearby, or I can use the steel container alternate, which means setting up a whole thing from up here. Just nothing that I want to have to do. So make the water system will be available.